Hello, good morning everybody. Yesterday we had a very good session. Today we are starting with Mr. Rajeev PT. He is a fellow member of this institute and he is a partner of Rajan Chakravarti Associate. He is a qualified board chartered accountant and company secretary, and he has done his bachelor business administration and passed in first rank from the University of Calicut. He is also secured some scholarship from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India throughout his chartered accountancy course for his merit in academics. He has specialized his practice in GST and is providing GST advisory services for some of the big clients in India, having over 50,000 crores annual turnover. He is a regular speaker in the house of training of the firm, and he has also presented papers on GST in various business forums and MSME associations. He has conducted many corporate trainings on GST to impart the knowledge of the biggest tax forum. Let us welcome him.
Very good morning to all. No response. Hardly, when I check with the coordinators, program coordinators, they said, we have hardly 40 people for this program. So when I came here, I can see hardly 20 people here assembled. So if you don't say good morning, all of you, if you don't say good morning, then we will not be able to hear. So good morning. Yeah, that's good. Sir, if you don't mind, if you can come to the front row, it would be great. If you don't mind, sir, because we are having a very few participants. Sir, if you don't mind, yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah. So I'll just start my presentation on place of supply. So this topic is very, very important because after the GST regime, on a daily basis, I'm repeating, on a daily basis, you should know the concept of place of supply. Because on a daily basis, there are 4 concepts which are mandatory. One is time of supply, second is value of supply, third is the rate which has to be applied, fourth is place of supply. If you don't know these 4 concepts, then you will not be even able to raise an invoice. Now you may be asking, sir, in the client office, the person who doesn't know GST, he is raising invoice. There could be a potential errors in that particular invoice. So you should be very careful. Now we are going to do the audit, right? All of you, most of them are chartered accountants here, and we are going to do the audit by maybe in September or maybe in July, August. We are going to do the audit. When we do the audit, we will find all these mistakes. So to understand the concept, I will begin with the place of supply, because as I said, this will determine what rate to be charged. Whether I have to charge CGST, SGST, or whether I have to charge IGST. Basically, whether it is intra-state supply or interstate supply. So, to determine that, is it an easy process? Is it an easy process? No, it's a very, very difficult process. For the last 7-8 months, we have been doing this particular exercise, and many clients were coming and asking a lot of doubts. We got stunned by the kind of transactions they are coming up with and the kind of in-depth analysis required to determine the place of supply. It's not an easy process. Yesterday we had a meeting with one of the clients where they gave me a typical example. They supplied the goods. They have a factory in Sri Perambatoor. They are into the ACAI, fridge and refrigerator, all this manufacturing. They have a unit there. After the manufacturing, they move the goods goods to their godown. Godown is next to the factory only. So they move the goods to the godown. So the typical scenario is they will make the sales to the party. Assume that the party is located in Delhi and they made the sale also, that means supply of goods. But client has instructed, the customer has instructed not to move the goods. You hold on, I'll take the delivery after 1 month. Sometime I'll find a customer there and then you can supply directly to that particular customer. Now the typical question is, what is the place of supply? Here, under section 10 of IGST Act, that defines what is place of supply for goods. In that, 1A says, if there is a movement of goods, then where the goods are getting delivered, that will be the place of supply. Second scenario is, if there is no movement, then the place of supply shall be the place of the supply. Now, here the typical question is there any movement of goods or not? I am sure whoever is dealing in goods here definitely will come across this particular scenario today or tomorrow. Under VAT regime, we did not have this issue. Here we have this typical scenario where in this particular situation, the first question is there any movement or not? We finally concluded that the company has already charged IGST. Then we said, no, hold on, there is no movement of goods. There is no movement of goods. So you have to charge CGST, SGST only. The company have already made damage. They already paid the IGST considering the bill to transaction. They charged IGST considering the address of the recipient. Now these are all the kind of transactions which will give lot of challenges to the profession, to the companies. Whoever is dealing in GST will have all these kinds of challenges. Now, before I commence the presentation, I would like to ask you, because I don't want to take 1.5 hours and then continue with my presentation. Beautiful presentation I made, no problem, lot of pictures, you will get excited to see the presentations and all, but I just wanted to get a feedback from the audience. What are all the problems which you are facing? Why are you here? Precisely. Sir, is there any mic? No? Is there any mic? Okay. See, there is no formality required. There is no formality required. There is no problem in asking doubts. Okay. Even if it is a dumb, no problem. Nobody is an expert in GST. Don't worry. Even if you are asking a irrelevant question, I don't mind. Yeah. Anybody? Any doubts? Courier industry, sir, there is a separate provision because we are also, I told one of our clients is in the courier industry. So we know what are all the intricacies involved in the courier industry. He is from Blue Dart. So I'll take you through separately. So any other doubts? Ask doubts, no problem. I'm looking for an interactive session. Sir? No doubts in place of supply. Sir? Very happy to hear the doubts.
Point is this, actually knowledge is defined as if you know, you don't know, to what extent you don't know, that is what is knowledge.
Correct.
We are all knowledgeable.
Yeah, correct.
Just to know the basics only we have come.
Yeah.
As far as I am concerned.
Yeah.
That's so, just to start, right?
Yeah.
There cannot be any doubt as such
Okay.
at the outset.
Okay.
Quite naturally, as the audit progresses, it will come.
Yeah, definitely. So anybody has any other doubts? Yeah. I will not be answering. I will be taking you through the process. That means the presentation, and then I will answer your questions. Yeah.
In many cases, the customer prefers saying that you build here.
Yeah.
So where, though you may deliver services elsewhere,
Yeah.
it's fine, but I have offices here only.
Yeah.
So you do it billing, you do the billing only here.
Yeah.
But so there's a kind of complexity in terms of, yes, you also have the office,
Yeah.
the place where they have their office,
Yeah.
or where they have the registration.
Yeah.
So there you build.
Yeah.
But internally you have to do a lot of complexity. No?
Yeah. Correct.
So this problem is there. So though you say place of supply, so here he says that I have office only here,
Yeah.
I am registered only here.
Yeah.
Though you do the services because of the technology,
Yeah.
you do it everywhere.
Yeah.
But you build me only here.
Yeah.
This is one issue.
See.
But actually, the
Yeah.
intention of GST is
Sir, 1 minute. I'll just clarify his doubt. I'll make it very clear to all the audience what is this query is all about. There could be two scenarios. In the normal situation, there could be two scenarios. One is bill to transaction. Two is bill to and then ship to transactions. That means I will be billing to A, but I will be shipping to B. First scenario is bill to transaction, there is no third party. I will bill to A and goods are also delivered to him. But the complexities, as he rightly asked, complexities will come only when bill to ship to transactions are coming. They will say, no, you give it the bill to me, but you do the shipping to them. Correct, no sir? You do the billing to me, but you do the shipping to the other party. So these kind of transactions will cause a lot of doubts in the mind of, this is no problem sir. In case of supply of service, much worse sir. This kind of bill to ship to transaction, that is for generally bill to ship to transactions are applicable for goods. Assuming that you are providing service based on third party instruction, again it is different. So these are, yeah sir, now.
actually intention of GST is free
Yeah.
flow of input credits.
Yeah.
But it restricts the free flow of input credit.
Yeah.
When you deliver the same place, say I be from Andhra Pradesh,
Yeah.
so I purchase AC for my office.
Yeah.
So it built in here itself, say Chennai,
Yeah.
and I purchase the AC unit. So same unit they build here,
Yeah.
they delivered here.
Yeah.
So obviously they have to, based on the place of supply,
Yeah.
obviously they have to charge CGST and SGST.
Yeah.
But when in the case of me, I cannot get the credit.
Correct.
So how can we come out from this situation?
Yeah.
It restricts the free flow of that what we call input credit.
Yeah. See sir, in this case,
But my GST number,
Yeah.
once they build in my GST number,
Yeah.
so automatically IGST chalana automatically it will be
Yeah.
raised.
correct.
Suppose if I feed it in GSTR 1,
Correct.
so how it will be automatically it will take IGST chalana.
Correct.
So how we will overcome these issues?
Yeah, I will explain that. There are solutions to it. I will explain that. Anybody has any other doubts?
No.
If I don't answer your question, please get back to me. Okay? Yeah.
Similarly, add on the solution for a wrong remittance.
Sorry, sir?
Having made a wrong remittance,
Yeah.
instead of IGST, you made a CGST.
Yeah.
A CGST, you made IGST.
Yeah.
Here the guys return, you cannot file it unless you pay the money.
Yeah.
So what happens, you have to pay first
Yeah.
and then you have to battle for the
Correct.
refund.
Correct.
That problem also exists.
Correct. There are a lot of issues. See, now we are talking only about place of supply. See the kind of intricacies involved in it. So it's not a small topic. Yeah. Anybody?
I'm from aviation industry.
Yeah.
We sell lot of items outside India for repair, our items which comes back.
Yeah.
Basically, though it doesn't suffer IGST, but when it gets imported,
Yeah.
at the custom station it suffers IGST. So I want you to just get into those topics, explain.
Definitely. Definitely. Because it's all coming part of my presentation. So I will take you through. Okay. So with that, I'll start my presentation. So let's understand what is the session's overview. I have hardly 1.5 hours which is given. It's a big topic. 1.5 hours is not sufficient, but I will try my level best to cover the maximum for the benefit of the audience. First is session's overview is reason to determine the nature of supply. Why do we determine the nature of supply first? Second, what are all the provisions related to place of supply? Third is, I have lot of illustrations, lot of illustration, because whenever I make a presentation, I give more importance to the illustrations, because without illustration, with the theory, you will not be able to understand. So, we already know that the place of supply is a very, very important topic to determine whether it is an intrastate supply or interstate supply. The difference is, intrastate supply means, as everybody knows, CGST, SGST, or UT GST as the case may be, shall be applicable. Or if it is an interstate supply, IGST will be applicable. Now, okay, I wrongly considered intrastate supply as interstate supply, or vice versa. What will happen to that particular transaction? Or I made a wrong advice, or the client has already did the damage. What will happen to that particular transaction? You have to go through a lot of hardship, but I'm very happy that the GST department or the lawmakers understood these kind of transactions and gave a good news by way of section 77 of CGST Act and section 19 of IGST Act. Please note these two sections, which is very, very important. Why I'm saying is, if you make a mistake, no problem, solution is there in 77 and 19 of 77 of CGST Act and 19 of IGST Act. No, everybody should make a note of these two sections, because if you make a damage, make a mistake in your interpretation, these two sections will come for your rescue. Okay, I will take you through that little while later. Now, to understand the place of supply, these are all the statutory provisions. First, definition of interstate supply. Second, you have to understand the nature of intrastate supply. Then, supplies within the territorial waters. Then, place of supply of goods, where other than the goods imported into or exported from India. Section 11 talks about place of supply imported into or exported from India. 12, place of supply of service, where location of supplier and recipient is in India. Section 13 talks about place of supply of service, where location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India. Section 14 talks about special provision for payment of tax by supplier of online information and database access or retrieval services. Section 15, it is a unique section which I could not see in the old regime, that refund of integrated tax paid on supply of goods to tourists leaving India, and 16 is zero rated supply. Let's understand what is the summary of this without reading all this thing. First, 7 and 8 and 9 are talking about, 7 and 8 talks about intrastate and interstate. Then we have supplies in territorial waters. Generally there will be a dispute. If it is within the state, no problem, nobody has any complaint. But if it is outside the state, that means if it is in the territorial waters, which state will get the tax? Is it an interstate transaction or intrastate transaction? We had a lot of disputes. Finally, this IGST has clearly defined that. Then 11, 12, 13, 14. Please ensure that if you are talking about place of supply, you must look into these 4 sections. Without that, if you give an advice or if you take a decision, you will definitely commit a mistake. Because the difference between these two are, section 10 for place of supply of goods. 10 and 11 are for goods. 10 without import or export. 11 exclusively for import of or export. 13 supply of goods without any international transaction. I would say international transaction for the layman language, but the word they have used is location of supplier and recipient, both are in India. That is what they used. So it's like a domestic transaction. Okay. And 13, place of supply of service, where location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India. So it's like a foreign party is involved in it. So you understood, right? So basically, place of supply, where these 4 are the kind of transactions which can happen. Okay. Now, interstate supply, section 7. All are you with me? Sir, everybody is with me? Yes. Morning, got up early? Very difficult, no? Getting up in the early morning and then coming and then catching the bus or the car and then coming early morning and then AC is also working. because I came at 9:30 and then asked him to put on the AC. So AC is also working cool. Please don't sleep, okay? Please be with me. Okay, so next is interstate supply. Okay, interstate supply, very simple terms when I define. If the location of the supplier and place of supply, if both are in two different states or two different union territories, or in one state or one union territories, then that transaction will be called as interstate transaction. You understand? You are with me? It's very simple. Two components. Please note it down. These two components are very, very important to determine the place of supply. Throughout my session, I'll be talking about this. Location of the supplier to place of supply. Please understand. One is location of supplier, place of supply. I'm repeating again and again because this is the most critical part of the session. Location of the supplier and place of supply. Okay. Now, section 7, 1 and 3, they are talking about supply of goods or services where the location of the supplier and place of supply are in two different states or union territories. And next is supply of goods or supply of services imported into the territory of India. So second one is talking about the import of goods. Okay. The third limb talks about supplier located in India and place of supply is outside India. Fourth one is supply to or by SCC unit or developer of SCC. Then seventh, the fifth one is if any transaction which is not, if it is happened in the taxable territory and if it is not an intrastate transaction, consider it as an interstate transaction. Typical Indian law, correct? If it is not following any of the above, then it will be considered as interstate supply. So typical Indian law. Now, let's take an example. How many of you are dealing in goods? How many of you are from industry here? From industry? Okay, quite good number of industry people. Okay, how many of you are from the dealing in goods? How many of you are handling dealing in services? Most of. Okay, fine, good. And others are all chartered accountants, right? Probably. So you will be handling both. Yeah. So here I have here I have couple of illustrations. Want to determine what is interstate transactions. Or we'll consider whether it is interstate or intrastate based on this illustrations. Now, the supplier is located in Tamil Nadu. Supplier is located in Tamil Nadu. And place of supply is Karnataka. Okay. Now, is it an IGST transaction or CGST, SGST transaction? No doubt about it. So it's an interstate. You're not reading from the PowerPoint, no? You're not reading from the PowerPoint, right? Okay. Don't look at the PowerPoint for the time being. Next is, the supplier is located in Tamil Nadu and place of supply is also in Tamil Nadu. Intrastate transaction, no doubt about it. Now, I'll give one more twist in that particular scenario. The supplier is located in Mylapore or Nugambakam, assume Nugambakam, and the recipient is located in MEPS, that economic zone, special economic zone. Now this will be considered as IGST, but you said within the state, if both the place of supply and the location of supply are in the same state, then it's an intra-state transactions and all, everybody said. There are a couple of exemptions. There are 3 exemptions. We will be dealing with that. One is supply to or by SCC developer or SCC unit. And when you sell goods to foreign tourist, then it will be considered as IGST transaction, even if you are both the recipient and then supplier are located in the same state. Now we have, a lot of illustrations are given. SCC to domestic tariff area, normal transactions, that will be considered as IGST transaction, and vice versa, that will also be considered as IGST transactions. Now, from one SEZ to another SEZ also will be considered as IGST transaction. So there are a lot of illustrations which I have given here. This PowerPoint presentation I requested SARC to share it to your email ID, and you can go through all the illustrations. And intrastate transactions, intrastate supply, section 8. Everybody's with me? Yeah. Any doubt in intrastate transactions? Any doubts in intrastate transactions?
Is it invoice that matters, or is it physical movement of goods?
For the goods?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will clarify one particular point before answering your question. See, I told you, I asked you to note it down, two key words. One is location of the supplier and place of supply. Now, what is we have to define these two terms to understand place of supply. So, to understand whether it is intrastate or intrastate. One is location of the supplier, and second is place of supply. So, first one we will deal with how to determine the location of the supplier. Second, we will deal with the place of supply. So, when we deal with place of supply, we will be dealing on the goods. Okay, section 10 talks about that. So, I will clarify all your doubts. Now, intrastate supply, if both the location of the supplier and I want you to answer, and the place of supply both are in the same state or union territory, then it will be considered as intrastate supply. Very good. So, exemptions, except in these three cases, somebody was telling, right? Supply of goods or services to SEZ or by SEZ developer or SEZ unit. Second, supply of goods imported into the territory of India. Till they cross the custom frontier in India. And third one is supply of goods made to a tourist referred in section 15. That means foreign tourist. Basically, if they come, they are eligible for refund. Subject to section 15. So, they said this transaction will be considered as interstate transaction. So, I have some doubts. We frequently talking about union territory. What are all the union territories? When the act came, I also had some doubt. When I started reading only, I understood. Is Pondicherry a union territory? Yes? Pondicherry union territory? No doubt about it, right? Correct? Is Delhi union territory? So, there is an act called UT GST, right? Is it applicable to Pondicherry?
No.
Is it applicable to Delhi?
Separate government.
Yeah.
Independent government.
No. Yeah. Correct.
Where the assembly is
Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry and Delhi.
Yeah.
Both having separate government.
Yeah.
But this one.
Yeah.
So those states are exempt
Okay.
from UTG.
Yeah. So please note, UT GST, there is a separate act that is not applicable to Pondicherry and Delhi, because there is a definition for state. State includes the union territory with the legislation. Pondicherry and Delhi, they are having separate legislation. Other union territories like Chhattisgarh and Andaman Nicobar Islands, and then Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu, these states or union territories, they don't have a separate legislature. So this is union territories, UT GST will be applicable only for these union territories, excluding Pondicherry and Delhi. Please understand.
Basic reading of GST,
Yeah.
we understand basically,
Yeah.
it is a consumption-based tax.
Yeah.
So the state in which most of the goods are consumed, that state will get more,
Yeah,
more
yeah.
taxes.
Yeah.
The place of supply rule, what will happen, then
Yeah.
automatically it can't drop.
Yeah.
So even though consumption is a different state,
Yeah.
and the place of supply and this one is one place,
Yeah.
then say particular state,
Yeah.
the tax will go to that particular state.
Yeah. Sir, first let me clarify couple of misconceptions even I had when the GST comes. Nowhere in GST Act it is mentioned that it is a destination based tax. First point. I read GST Act, CGST Act, IGST Act, UTGST Act, common sessions is also I read. Nowhere I could see this particular term. But everywhere this is the concept surrounding,
Yeah,
it is a destination based. Where is it mentioned in the GST Act that it is a destination based?
In his first speech in this one,
Correct.
he told same thing.
Correct.
This is a destination based tax,
Correct.
not like this.
Correct.
So again, once the act come into picture, then we come all these.
They try to make it in such a manner that most of the concepts will be based on destination based. It's not purely destination based. So we will ignore that particular word destination based tax. We'll ignore it. That is nowhere it is useful. It is purely based on place of supply. So we'll go with the, please understand, place of supply is not a normal common language. It is a defined word in law. It is a defined word in law. So you cannot simply interpret. You cannot consider this as a common language. Okay. Now, I said two words. Yeah.
Then where Delhi and Pondicherry, then what is the GST?
Madam, they have their own GST Act, CGST Act, Delhi GST Act, and Pondicherry they are having Pondicherry GST Act. So like Tamil Nadu GST Act. Okay.
All other states, no, they don't have legislation.
Because without legislation you cannot pass the law. So that is why UTGST has come for the rescue of all other union territories. And now I told you two keywords, right? Location of supplier and then the place of supply. Location of supplier, lawmaker did a mistake. But it is a deliberate mistake. They did not define what is the location of supplier of goods. They defined only location of supplier of service. Those who are in the service industry, enjoy. Those who are dealing in goods, you have a great difficulty now. Why? Location of supplier of goods is not defined in GST Act. Neither in IGST Act nor in CGST Act. Even for that matter, in UTGST Act also it is not defined. Now,
Because in the case of goods, it is dependent on the property of the goods. But in the case of service, it is dependent on the supplier as such.
sir, again, that is what I am saying. The problem is if it is not defined, it is a litigation prone area.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Service is supplier oriented.
yeah.
As far as goods is concerned, it is property oriented, which is resting with the goods.
Correct. So, no, my point is not disputing your point. My point is, because it is not defined, whatever it may be the reason, there will be a litigation. See, now, I gave you one example when I started the presentation, right? What is the location of the supplier? What is the location of the supplier? A supplied to warehouse, then they said X factory is made. Now the actual supplier is located in, now the second supply will happen. He is sitting in Delhi. So there will be a lot of dispute in this particular area. Be ready for that. I will not be surprised. Recently I met one director of intelligence. I don't want to quote his name. So when I asked him, sir, how is GST going on? Is it good? Sir, you are all in the office. Most of your employees are also in office. He said, Rajeev, wait. If you go now, we will get a small mistakes. If you go after 1 year, we will get big mistake. So the attitude of the department is also should be considered, and probably they will not give any kind of concession because it's a newborn baby. They will go only with the act. They don't have any power to deviate or give a concession to any of the industries or companies who are making mistakes. They are also having limitations. So please understand, litigations are going to come. One of the major areas is place of supply. And location of supplier of service, it is defined, no problem for us. And place of supply, that is also fortunately defined in section 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Location of, see, I have defined that place of location of supplier of goods, I clearly disclaimed there that don't quote me for this. Because even I am not a lawmaker. Even I have my own interpretations which we are using for our clients. But that cannot be quoted anywhere because there could be alternative interpretation which can emerge. As long as it is not defined in that, alternative interpretations can definitely be emerged. Now, location of supplier of service. Getting bored? Getting bored? Now see, this is a place of supply is a purely legal term which requires your complete attention, and then you should look at from the technical perspective. Okay?
Even though it is a complicated,
Yeah.
but you are making us lively.
Thank you so much for your good comments. So location of supplier of service. Now, location of supplier of service, that has to be defined first. If you go to the definition 271 of the CGST Act and 215 of the CGST Act, both are verbatim, it's the same. If you go and read, you will understand nothing, because it's very difficult to understand. So I made it in the proper boxes so that all of us can understand. You know, generally lawmakers are like that only, no, they will complicate the things. If last week one client came and asked me, sir, that notification come for postponement of 9/4, that means transaction with unregistered, I cannot see anything in that. They are saying you refer to the old notification. Old notification, you refer to the old notification. So finally he got stuck. Then he asked me, sir, this notification, I shared the notification. He said, sir, I am having this notification. Where is it mentioned that it is postponed? So that is a level of complications which are arising in the GST Act now. Now, location of supplier of service, where supply made from a place of business which is registered. If you have registered, no problem. Okay, registration means you have a GST registration certificate, right? You will have principal place of registration, and you will have additional place of businesses. So if you are making supply from based on that GST registration, then location of that particular place, that registered place, will be the location of the supplier. Very simple. I don't want to complicate it by using the technical words. Registration certificate, registered addresses will be there. Two registered addresses will be, one is principal place of business and others are additional place of business. If you are making supply from that particular place, then the registered place will be the location of the supplier. Very simple. Next, assume that you have not registered some fixed establishment in your registration certificate. It is not there, but you have a fixed establishment. Fixed establishment is also defined, where some human and technical, you know, there should be a degree, there should be a permanence degree, there should be a degree of permanence should be there, and then human and technical things should be there, and all those things have been defined. Fixed, assume that you are supplying some, you are doing some supply from fixed establishment elsewhere, then that location of that fixed establishment. Fixed establishment means, assume that you have a building. You have building. You have branch office or building or something like that. That will be considered as a fixed establishment. That is not part of your registration. Now you may be asking, sir, can I exclude those branches from the registration certificate? If you are not supplying services, then no problem. Okay. Then third one is more than one establishment. If you have supplied services from more than one establishment, then it says location of the establishment most directly connected with the provision of supply. Okay. And in the absence of such places, usual place of residence of the supplier. So supplier of service, the location of the supplier of service is defined. Most of our cases will fall into category 1, where place of business for which registration is obtained, because most of you would have been registered. So that will not be a big disputable one, but rest of the things would be little disputable one, because I will give you a typical interpretation issue in this particular slide itself. In the second one, here you can see fixed establishment, right? But here you can see more than one establishment. It's not fixed establishment. Establishment is not defined in GST. Establishment is not defined in GST. Please take it from me. Only fixed establishment is defined in GST. Again, my view is you interpret establishment as fixed establishment and then consider. But nowhere, again, don't quote me, nowhere it is mentioned. Okay, again, disputable. So when they would have made this law, they should have made it like fixed establishment. See, only one definition, lot of intricacies, lot of disputes, lot of interpretational issues. When we look at from outside, it's very simple. But when you go inside, you can see that lot of issues are there. Now, location, the section 9 says supplies in territorial waters. Everywhere this would be a problem. Assuming that, I'll give you a typical example. One ship is there, moved and got it repaired, and then one company from Kochi, it's near to Kochi seaport. Say, assume it is in water. Water means no state has the power, right? So it's a territorial waters. If it is within the territorial waters, some repairs are done for the ship. Is it an IGST transaction, CGST transaction? Is it intrastate or interstate? A lot of confusions were there. For that, they have clearly defined. They said, no. The coastal state or union territory where the nearest point of appropriate baseline is located, that will be considered as the place of supply. So assuming that if it is near to Chennai port, then it will be considered as Tamil Nadu as the place of supply. That means that would be the place. And if it is Kochi, near to Kochi seaport, then it will be considered as. Now, it's not based on, it's based on one technical word. In the entire GST law, you can see only one place, this particular word, baseline. I am not an engineer. I don't know what is this baseline. I was searching in the internet, what is this baseline? How do we define baseline? If it is near to Chennai seaport and all, then we know that it is Chennai. But how do we determine this baseline? For that, I've taken one picture that will clear your doubts. See, this is the baseline actually. Okay, that means you have a mean low water mark. This is the baseline. Assuming that ship is located here, the low water mark is here. Assume that this falls in Tamil Nadu, then this supply happened in Tamil Nadu. Okay, this is how you have to interpret it. So that is for your understanding only. I just brought this picture. And how to determine that baseline? Because it's easy to show it in picture. If you go to Marina Beach, will you be able to identify this low water mark? We are not technically capable to do that. So for that, we may have to depend on some sort of experts. Now, price of supply of goods. So we have defined before going to this, I just wanted to understand. Are you all with me? Have you understood place of supply? Place of supply we have, yeah.
What about godown? Would that be a fixed establishment?
The godown, if you are moving the goods, if you are supplying the goods, godown should be registered actually. If you are supplying. Yeah.
When we registered that.
See, for example, madam, I will give an example to you. One of the typical examples where one insurance company is located in, it's just a lively example where one insurance company is located, they are our clients actually, so they are located in Chennai. They are supplying services from Tamil Nadu, but for a temporary purpose, they have a building in Pune, Delhi and all. It's like a branch office, but there is no activity in that office. All are done here only. Some marketing people will go and then sit there and like that. That will be considered as a fixed establishment. Okay. Now, we have discussed a couple of technical points. Intrastate, interstate, territorial waters, then place of supply, and then location of the supplier. Have you understood all this? Have you understood all this? If you don't, please ask me, because now I am stopping. Because next is going to be the major topic. Again, place of supply, because location we already defined. Location of goods, supplier, location of supplier of goods not defined. Location of supplier of service is defined. Second concept is place of supply, which we are going to do now.
Sir,
Under-
one doubt
yeah.
I had.
Yeah.
Suppose regarding territorial water, what you are talking
Yeah.
about. So
Do you have any ship, sir?
No.
No. Okay.
Take off convenience.
No problem. No problem.
When ship comes to India,
Yeah.
it is standing on the territorial water.
Yeah.
It is nearby, say, Krishnapatnam.
Yeah.
But it was get repaired.
Yeah.
So the items which is available in Krishnapatnam may not be available
Yeah.
get repaired.
Yeah.
Maybe he all the way comes to nearest port is say in Chennai.
Yeah.
So he will come all the way and buy the material,
Yeah.
repair item.
Yeah.
So how the Chennai supplier determine whether they has to pay raise the invoice?
Yeah. No, sir. First of all, there are
Is there any declaration is required to be taken?
no. There is no declaration required, but there are one more intricacy which I can see in that is when you are supplying. This is talking about sublocation of the supplier. Okay. Now the location of supplier, there is no doubt where the ship is available, where the basic baseline is nearby, which is nothing but Visakhapatnam, which is in Andhra Pradesh. No doubt about it. Now it will be SGST, CGST only. Now you will be doing two things in that. One is assuming that they are engaging someone from Andhra Pradesh to do this, the repairing. They will be supplying both goods and they will be doing the repair service also. This will be again an interpretation issue under Section 8, whether it is Section 8 of the CGST Act, whether it is a mixed supply or composite supply. There are a lot of disputes going on about this. Fixed supply and then composite supply should be defined based on functionality, or is it based on the value? How will you determine? I think some of the speakers would have already taken this session. I don't want to go to that. So anyway, I'll stop with that. And in this particular case, Andhra Pradesh will be the place of supply. I mean the nearest thing. Okay.
We're talking about the goods which are being
Actually, if it
procured
is
from
actually
Chennai.
delivered here, there is automatically place of supply is here only. That means Tamil Nadu is the right place.
Supplier of
Visakhapatnam, no, you said Visakhapatnam.
Visakhapatnam ship is being docked there.
Dock there. That is in Andhra Pradesh, no? So it's near.
Somebody from Andhra, the order comes means that be the IGST.
Yeah, but as far as Chennai is concerned, it will be an IGST supply.
No.
That is your question, am I right?
Yeah.
As far as Chennai is concerned,
Chennai concerned, suppose that ship owner comes and buy the items here itself, Chennai, automatically place of supply is in Chennai only.
yeah, so that's
So
why it is an
automatically
IGST.
CGST, SGST chalana, not IGST.
Okay, it comes and procures from here.
Procured from here. Directly through some other agent, the delivery took place in territorial water, then it will be the IGST.
I'll just clarify that. If they are coming down to the particular place and then buying and then taking, so you have to see whether there is a movement of goods or not. If there is a movement of goods, when finally it's getting delivered, that probably would be in the territorial waters. So then it will be an IGST transaction, not CGST, SGST transaction. See, the confusion comes mainly because when you go to shop,
Chennai supplier delivered goods in the territorial water,
yeah,
then it will be IGST.
IGST only. Territorial waters which is pertaining to some other state.
Some other state.
Yeah, then it will be IGST transaction.
Supply took place in the same state, then automatically.
Yeah, definitely, correct. If it is in the same state, if it is in Tamil Nadu, then no problem. Supplier and then supply of goods which are happened, the delivery of goods are happened in Tamil Nadu, no, it's a intrastate transactions. Very good. Now next is sorry, place of supply of goods. Okay, place of supply of goods, we have to go through 5 typical transactions. I don't want to show the slides now. We will discuss. Section 10(1)(a) says when there is a supply of goods where there is no third party instruction. That means typically I am the supplier, there is a recipient. That's all. Typically in business language, if it is asked, it is called bill to transactions. Bill to transaction. Okay. I am supplying, there is a recipient, there is a supplier. That's all. There is no third party. You asked one doubt, no? Sir, there will be third party and all. That is not there. It's a simple, straightforward transaction. Supplier and recipient. These kind of transactions the place of supply shall be the place at which the goods are delivered, finally delivered to the recipient. So my question is, I'll take a lot of practical examples. In the practice, we are having X work sales, we have FOB sales, we have CIF sales. That means X work sales means in the factory gate I will say you take the goods. This is the X work sales only, you take the goods. I will deliver at my factory gate, you take the goods. FOB means free on board. I will say I will take it to the Chennai port, I will put it into the boat. That means into the ship or whatever it may be. Third one is CIF sales. That means I will take the goods, I will put it into the boat, I will bear the cost, insurance, everything. I will allow and I will deliver it into your port. That's all. So we have three kinds of transactions in this. So the typical question would be, in case of CIF and all, no problem. Goods are getting delivered to the recipient. FOB also, goods are getting delivered to the recipient. Export sales. Goods are getting delivered at the factory gate. Assume that supplier is located in Tamil Nadu. Says supplier is say Samsung Electronics. They are selling the AC. They are saying that we will sell it. Our offices in our factories in Sriperumbudur. We will deliver there only. You take the goods. You come and take the goods. Where is the actual goods are getting delivered? Sir? At the factory. Any other opinion? The answer is. Sorry, sir?
There is no risk after that.
After that, there is no risk. Correct. Absolutely correct. There is no risk after that. As I rightly mentioned, there is no risk after that. Goods are delivered at the factory gate. So, if the supplier is located in Tamil Nadu, that means Samsung, selling ACs at X factory gate, X factory sales, and then the recipient is located in Delhi. Now, what is this transaction? Is it an intrastate or interstate?
GST.
SCST, CGST, any other opinion? Somebody said interstate. Somebody said, yeah, tell me. IGST, why sir?
Because the recipient is at Delhi.
Yeah, no, recipient is there, but the key word is only goods are getting delivered.
So it's a means of delivery only.
Okay.
Ultimately, it is getting delivered at Delhi only.
Absolutely correct.
Ultimately, a transport.
Absolutely correct. He is absolutely correct. See here, though it's an ex-factory sale, goods are handed over for delivery. The final delivery to the recipient ends at the recipient place only. Okay, because this will be considered as deemed to be delivered at the recipient place. Even if they are coming and picking it up, or whether it is supplied by the supplier itself to the recipient place, ignore all these things. I will give you a thumb rule. All this discussion I will put it into one word. You have a billing address. Supplier is your client or yourself. Billing address will be there. Look at where that billing address is. That will be the place of supply. No complications. Very simple. Is that clear? Very simple.
What about your first example?
Yeah.
Place of supply and
First example, Delhi, you told me that.
Correct. I'll come to that, sir. I'll come to that. No.
All transaction will be intrastate, it will become.
No, madam.
Billing address is Chennai.
Yeah.
So the supplier also in Chennai,
It's an intrastate something. That is why I'm giving you.
goods is delivered in Delhi, suppose.
Okay.
Then billing address is Chennai.
No problem. It isn't. It is actually the goods are delivered means it's a deemed to be delivered to the recipient. Okay. If you are delivering to Delhi, why did you deliver to Delhi? Then there is a third party involved in it. Then it will be a third party instruction. It may be my own branch. Then that will not fall into our category. That will be the next category. Third party need not be a third party. The Samsung has branches. Need not be a third party. Third party includes their own branch also. As far as the GST is concerned, registration, different states, it's all third party only. Okay. So in this case, the thumb rule is bill to, that will be the place of supply. Now, he asked me, you only told in the first session before you commence the training, you said, no, in this particular scenario, what would be the scenario, I gave you a case, I don't know whether many of you have followed it or not. This is the thumb rule I am giving, that is not the final rule. Okay, this is not the final rule. For your understanding, for your practical purpose, you can take this. Then you have to see the other aspects. See, where the goods are getting delivered. Sir, this is based on the interpretational issue in where the goods are getting delivered. See, Samsung has delivered the goods at the X factory, and the party who is located in Delhi saying that, no, I will not take the delivery. I will come after 1 month, I will take the delivery. Now there is no movement of goods. Then we have another provision. 10. There is another provision for non-movement of goods. If there is no movement, then there is another provision. So, whether we have to apply movement of goods, no movement of goods, that is what we have to see. Okay? Let me just complete this goods, then you will be able to understand in a better manner. Okay?
No, the same example.
Yeah.
Let's say Samsung is the seller, XYZ is the buyer.
Yeah.
If XYZ is having network of branches,
yeah,
and they have a registration in Tamil Nadu,
yeah,
then it is between Samsung and XYZ Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
This GST to this GST.
And then there is no problem, sir. See, my point is,
if they don't have a branch here and is ordered from Delhi,
yeah,
then it will have the Delhi address and billing address.
Yeah, correct.
In that case, it will be IGST.
Correct.
It all depends on how you have your establishment.
Correct.
The establishment have multiple branches.
Correct.
With independent registration.
Correct.
Then it can be the same deal can be.
Correct.
Your local branch can buy it.
Correct.
And then you can dispatch it wherever you want.
Correct.
Probably it might even go to Delhi.
Correct. See, sir, if you have to understand one important thing. The moment I am asking, I have a branch in Chennai. I am from Chennai. I have a branch in Chennai. I have a branch in other states. Each branch in other states will have a registration, most of the cases. Then that should be considered as a distinct person in GST. It's a different person altogether. In a common language, if you ask me, it's a different person. It's not Samsung Chennai is different, Samsung Bangalore is different. They have nothing to do with each other. They are a distinct person. Only PAN number is same, that's all. Okay. So, my point is, if there is a distinct person coming inside, then it will be considered as a third party instructions. I will come to that anyway. Now, when the supply involves movement of goods, no third party instruction is involved, then supply where the goods are getting delivered, that will be the place of supply. And supply involves movement of goods. Supply involves movement of goods. Then, when there is a third party instruction, now we have discussed this, then in case of bill to ship to transaction case, then we have to see the place of supply shall be the place of such person. That means the registered person who gave the instruction. You understand? See, whoever is giving the instruction has to make the payment, correct? I am asking someone, you buy one water bottle and then deliver it to ICAI because people are there, they are all attending function, water has to be supplied, you get the water, supply to ICAI. I am giving the instruction, so who has to make the payment? I have to make the payment, correct? Obviously. So the person who is supplying, giving the instruction is the actual recipient who is making the payment. Correct? So, in this particular case, the goods, though it is delivered in some other states, this will be considered as deemed to be supplied or deemed to be delivered to the recipient. So, I'll put it in a simple language, that if it is a bill to ship to transaction, you will have invoice like supplier name, bill to ABC Limited, ship to XYZ Limited. Don't look at to whom you are shipping it. don't never look at that particular guy. He is out of the box. Look at only the bill to party. See where he is located. Is he in the same state? Yes. Ask second question. Is he in the SEZ? No. Then CGST, SGST. Is that clear? First one, I am making it very simple for you, sir. Not more than this I cannot do. Very simple in common language. You will have an invoice. You will have an invoice. Here you will have an invoice where supplier name will be there and recipient name will be there. In common language, supplier will be there, bill to party will be there, ship to party will be there. Look at the bill to party, charge GST. If he is in the same state, see whether he is in the SEZ. If he is in the SEZ, even though it is in the same state, IGST. Very simple. In the first transaction, when there is no instruction, look at the bill to. There is no ship to. Correct? Only bill to. Bill to, see that whether it is in the same state or not. Very simple. Is that understood? Okay. See, sir? Yeah.
Point number D, can you?
I'm coming. Third one is, goods are assembled, supply does not involve movement of goods. Will there be a situation like that? I am supplying the goods, but there is no movement of goods. There could be plenty of transactions like that. I will give you a simple example. My client is having one DG set, big DG set, in one of the IT, say for example Tidal Park, big DG set. My client is the owner. Now he is willing to sell it to some other party. Now the DG set will continue to be in Tidal Park. Okay. The party will be located, maybe my client would be located in Nungambakam, and that is supplier, and recipient may be located in maybe in Salem. But goods are, there is no movement of goods. Now what would be the supply? Place of supply. Place of supply shall be the location of the goods. Okay, is that clear? So, if the billing is done to Salem party and goods are not moved, you should look at the goods movement. This is no problem. There is no problem in intricacies in it. Now let's take the same example in another manner. I am the supplier located in Tamil Nadu. Goods are in Tidal Park, that means my DGZ, but the recipient is located in Bangalore. Now it's an intrastate transaction or intrastate transaction? It's an intrastate transaction because supplier of location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply for goods where there is no the supply of goods where there is no movement of goods, that will be Tamil Nadu only.
But you will invoice it to Bangalore.
I will invoice to Bangalore. That's what I am saying. We will invoice to Bangalore, but we will charge only CGST, SGST only. Now, I gave a thumb rule, right? I gave a thumb rule. The thumb rule is subject to this A, B are thumb rules actually. C, D, E. It's actually C, D, E. There is a small change. So, subject to C, D, E, you can apply this thumb rule. So, when you apply this thumb rule, you should also see whether there is a movement of goods or not. Then you cannot apply the standard rule. Understood? If I said invoice will be there, invoicing, billing, shipping, or the supplier will be there, billing will be there. If there is no movement of goods, even if he is located in another state, still it will be intrastate only. So you have to look at these particular transactions before you take a decision. Even if you are in service industry, this is applicable in many cases.
That be the case, input cannot be carried at this one, satisfied, but other part.
Input probably next session they will be handling, sir, because we don't. I'm running out of time, so I'll post session I will explain you all the thing. Goods are assembled or installed at site. goods are assembled or installed at site. See, what happens is, some goods will be, big machines and all will be installed at the site. Then, where the installation has happened, that will be the place of supply. Now, you may be asking, here you have to clearly distinguish between two aspects. One is works contract. Works contract is only for the immovable property. Assembled or installed means it's on for the movable properties. Okay, so you may be asking, no, I'm doing some installation for the building. You cannot do installation for the building, but we are doing some painting. Don't get confused with that. Those are all coming under the works contract. If it is something related to the immovable property, works contract 2119. Section 2119 of the CGST Act has clearly defined for immovable property only. This is for the movable one. So if you are doing any installation, commissioning or assembling or installation and all, the place of supply shall be place where which you are doing that assembly. Supply of goods on board, conveyance, including vessel, aircraft, train or motor vehicle. How many of you have travelled in train? Stupid question, but still I will ask. Everybody, how many of you travelled in Shatabdi? Bangalore? Yeah. They will supply food? No. They will supply food. That train will cross, start from Tamil Nadu, go to Andhra and then go to Karnataka. 3 states. Typical question. If the supply of food is happened in Andhra Pradesh, state of Andhra, they will say, boss, supply happened in Andhra, you give me CGST, SGST of Andhra. Right? And Karnataka will say, no. Finally, the destination is Karnataka. So then that is non-stop vehicle. Only after Vellore it stops only in Karnataka. So you have to pay Karnataka tax. Tamil Nadu will clearly say, boss, vehicle started from my station only. You pay only GST, SCST, GST of Tamil Nadu. So all 3 states will have fight. So GST Act has clearly defined. Don't fight. We will define where to do this. What to do on this. Supply of goods on board means where the goods are taken on board. If the goods are taken on board, that means on the train from Tamil Nadu will get the tax. Another example, one flight started from Delhi, came to Chennai, going to Calicut. When they came to Chennai, from Chennai the goods got loaded. Then the tax has to be paid from where the goods are loaded into that vehicle. Board. Okay. So, flight has gone above Coimbatore, then Andhra, Goa and all. So then everybody will fight it. No, flight, it has gone above my territory. All those disputes are done. Clearly defined where the goods are boarded. That's all.
Based on when the property is being transferred. The place when the property is being transferred. That is all based on that one.
What property, sir?
The ownership and the goods is being transferred in the place where it is being boarded.
Ah, yeah, correct. No, actually, I'll complicate that example once again, sir. You are selling to whom? You are selling to you are taking it on board. But sale, the supply of goods will happen when the flight is going. I am supplying some sunglasses. In the aircraft, the air hostess will come, will say, sir, can you take one glass? With a good smile. Then we will buy one glass. What is this place of supply? Is it aircraft? We don't know where is this right now when the sale is happening. So when that sale is happening, what tax they have to charge? It's based on from where the goods are boarded. That we can clearly define. Now, take the example of services. Can you take on board the services? We have typical examples in the last. We are coming to that. And
I have one query.
yeah, please.
Suppose any aircraft is coming from Delhi to Chennai.
Yeah.
But it's grounded here.
Yeah.
But some spare parts coming from Delhi and fitted to aircraft. Ultimately, it is fitted to aircraft is in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
What will be the place of supply?
No, see here, it's nothing to do with on board. Sale is not happening on board. You are not taking the goods on board. It's actually supply happened, the supplier is located in Delhi and recipient is located in Tamil Nadu. So it's an interstate supply, that's all. The first scenario, bill to ship to, not bill to ship to, billing, no, bill to transaction, that's all. It's a very straightforward transaction. No complication in it. Next is, I have a lot of examples, with of, pause of time, I'm just moving. See, this is the bill to ship to transactions. See, you look at this, you can see that NSK Limited in Tamil Nadu, Keller is located in Tamil Nadu, Premier Limited in Maharashtra. So, if the ship to happens to Maharashtra and billing is done by Keller to NSK, in order to deliver goods to Tamil Nadu, then what happens? There are two transactions in it. One is billing. First billing will be done between these two parties, and second billing will be done by Keller to Premier. Correct? No? I'm instructing you transfer, you deliver the goods to the other party. So first there are two transactions in it. First transaction is between the supplier and recipient, and second would be the recipient and the person to whom the goods are delivered. That means in bill to ship to transaction, first will be supplier to bill to, second would be bill to person is there, no, from him to the ship to party. So that also you have to consider.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
My employees travel across India.
Yeah.
And I have a rate contract with all the hotels in India.
Yeah.
In major cities,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have a rate contract.
Yeah.
Now, I will send a mail to hotel saying that XYZ is coming to your hotel.
Yeah.
You bill to company.
Yeah.
Now, how should I treat this contract?
Sir, very unfortunately, somebody was telling about free flow of input. That was not happening because of couple of provisions like this. See, in case of immovable property, place of supply shall be the place where the immovable property is located. So hotels will charge only CGST, SGST of that particular street. So you will not get the free flow unless otherwise your state is registered, your branch is registered in that particular state. You will not get the credit. Very unfortunate. And yeah.
Talking about that supply of goods by the inside the flight.
Yeah.
The supply is taking place between the supplier and the aircraft.
Yeah.
So that is the supply which you are doing. That is
Yeah.
It's not when you are selling it to the passenger actually.
So there are two transactions in that, right? One is from the supplier to the aircraft. That is no problem. We will build it in, as he rightly asked, first limb, and then from aircraft to the passengers. That is the second limb. That is the most critical thing where we will not be able to determine place of supply. That is why they have defined it. He asked that particular question. Yeah. Now, next is supply goods on. Yeah, that's all. So we have 5 points which we already discussed. These are the. I will just come back to this. First is no third party. Second, with the third party. Third, no movement of goods. Fourth, assembly or installation. Then fifth is on board. Most of your transaction will fall into A and B. I mean here it's A and A. Yeah. So any doubts in that? See, please ensure that before you move out of this room, if you are not able to ask any doubts to me and all, you can post a session, I will be available, I can clarify. But wherever I go for the presentation, I used to say you should not go out of this room after my presentation by carrying any doubts. If you have any doubts, please do ask me. Otherwise, I will not be satisfied. My intention or my purpose will not be satisfied. Or if you are carrying doubts, post sessions. Okay. I know that you will be understanding to a great manner, but if you are carrying any doubts, please do ask me. Okay. Now, import or export. Import or export. You understand, no? 10 we are talking about without import or export. 11 we are talking only import or export. Only import or export. Sir, to be, we will be thankful to GST departments. One of the simplest definition. You don't have to look at any other aspect. You see whether the goods are taken out of India or brought into India. That's all. The definition you see, import means or sorry, first export means, export of goods means, with the grammatical variations of blah, 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 means taking goods out of India to place outside India. Very simple. You don't have to see who is the seller, who is the buyer, whether to ship to, bill to, all this, nothing. Whether is it crossing my custom frontier, that's all. There is a custom frontier like this. Don't look at the supplier, recipient and all these parties, nothing will work. Whether there is a goods also clearly defined, anything which is movable. If it is moving out of my custom frontier, export. Custom frontier and then to another place located outside. Obviously when it is moving out, it's a taken out, then it's an export. If it is bringing outside India to India by crossing the custom frontier, it's an import. Very simple definition. Very simple definition. One of the simplest definitions. Nothing to do. No interpretation issues. Goods crossing custom frontier. Goods crossing custom frontier. That's all. Understood? Import or export. Yeah. Now.
What about merchant export?
Yeah.
Whether it comes under
Can you just explain, sir, how?
I order, say, from India I order, say, to UK.
Yeah.
And I am asking him to deliver that material in, say, Dubai.
Yeah. Very good question. Yeah, very good question. So his point is, he will ask a party in UK to deliver the goods to Singapore, correct? Yeah, any place. Very, very good example. I really appreciate this particular example. Now, we will answer, we all together will answer his question. Is it an import or export?
Nothing.
Nothing. Because I said, it is not crossing the custom frontiers. Very good question, sir. It's not crossing the custom frontiers. Has it crossed the custom frontier? I may be located, I am located in Chennai. I am asking one party in UK to sell the goods, supply of goods to Singapore party. Question is, to qualify it as an import or export under section 11 of the IGST Act, has it crossed my custom frontiers? No. It's not at all taxable in India. It's outside the purview of GST. Be happy, sir. If you are doing any transaction, all the best to you. See, we had a lot of confusions, right, under the old regimes. Please understand, points to be noted, you don't have to think about whether the consideration is received in foreign currency or not. Don't think about any other factor in export of goods or services. Don't even think of it. Sir, the goods are crossed custom frontier, but should I receive the consideration foreign currency? Did I say you that? No. Don't even think of it. Don't refer any law. That's all, simple. But just for your understanding, these are the confusions which will come.
In that example,
Yeah.
he makes a profit.
Yeah.
It is ordered from here, it is sold.
You make profit, sir. That will be income tax will catch him.
No, that is, you classify at what sale profit or service profit?
It's first of all, it's not at all taxable in India. It's outside the purview of GST.
Yes, but it has to be accounted. If there's
Book side you will definitely account it, sir. You will pay income tax also. I'm not an expert in income tax. Probably some of the experts can help me on this. Income tax will be applicable, but GST will not be applicable. Exempted, that's all. It's not even exempted, it's not at all taxable, it's not within the territory. Exempted means it's applicable but exempted by way of notification, but this is not at all coming into the purview, like alcoholic liquor for human consumption. By way of constitutional amendment, no. That alone they kept it. That is not coming under GST like that, not leviable at all. Now, goods procured from one country and are directly dispatched without entering India will not be a supply in the taxable territory, sir. That is what the point. Need not receive foreign currency. High sea sales. You know, there are a lot of high sea sales. It will happen in some of our clients are doing this high sea sales. So before the goods will be dispatched from Japan, by that on the way they will say no, you don't come here, you go to Sri Lanka. Then the goods will dispatch there. The sale will happen in the sea, not within the GST purview. Re-import of export goods will also be liable to GST. That means, they will import, they will re-export. I said only one thumb rule. Has it crossed custom frontier? If it is crossed custom frontier, don't even think what is the purpose, whether you received it in foreign currency, consideration paid or not paid. Don't even bother about it. Crossed custom frontier, import. If it is imported into India. If it is crossed custom frontier from India, if it is goods are going out, export. Very simple thumb rule. That's all. That is a service, madam. That is a service. If you are taking goods, that's a good question. If it is crossing custom frontier and you are taking some goods to repair that ship, then it will be, you are crossing the custom frontier, it will be an export. It will be an export. Very thumb rule. Crossing custom frontier, you are taking the goods outside the cross custom frontier, export.
You are sending the item, parts for repair. And it is coming back.
Yeah.
In such case, the import or export.
The moment it crosses, export. The moment it comes back, import. Because it is crossing the country. You cannot say that no, for time being 5 minutes give me, no, I'll just take it out and then bring it back. No, nothing doing. You have to take it, pay tax.
See, but the same item is coming.
No problem, sir. Nowhere it is mentioned in GST Act that you can do it for temporary purpose. The moment you are taking out, thumb rule, sir. You forget about all the conditions. Even if you are crossing the custom frontier and for 1 mile, taxable.
See, ultimately,
But there is no supply happening as such. How can that be defined as an export or an import?
There is a supply happening.
It is a tool used for repair and I am not transferring the right or anything.
Okay.
It is with me.
Okay.
Liability is with me.
Okay.
I'm going to bring the product back.
Correct.
So it is not, nothing is happening with that product.
Correct.
It is my product.
Correct.
And its service is being imparted by me. So how
Correct.
can it be considered as an
Now,
export?
have you taken the goods outside India?
Yes.
Have you taken the goods outside India?
Yes.
Is it an export?
It's not an export. It is a tool that is being used by me. I'm not supplying that product.
Now, I'll tell you one more example. I'll clarify your doubt. Very good question. I really appreciate it. I'll give you a typical example. I'm transferring some goods from here. It's a stock transfer from here to my branch located in Bangalore. Is there any sale happening there? But are you paying GST now for the stock transfer? Why are you paying GST on stock transfer?
But the right is transferred. The title is transferred.
Okay.
If a stock transfer is happening.
Okay.
So here the title is not transferred as such.
Okay.
Because if I transfer a stock to my branch or
Yeah.
any other location,
Yeah.
I am not the party who is going to further sell it or transfer it.
Yeah.
So the title asset is transferred from me
Yeah.
to my branch or other location.
Yeah.
But what happens here?
Yeah, see here what happens is when you, how do you take, see, let's forget about the theoretical discussions.
Export defined
Let's,
by GST.
yeah, its export is clearly defined. So the point is, the moment how do you take the goods outside India? You cannot simply take it, right? You have to go through by filing bill of entry, all those things, you have to file. The moment you take the goods outside India, you have to pay tax. Without that, you cannot take the goods outside. So, I'm taking there and then bringing it back. Those theoretical things will not work. If you want to take goods outside India, you have to file bill of export, bill of entry, all these things should be there. Okay?
Both the times I can take the credit.
Sorry?
Both the times I can take the credit, right?
Yeah, there's no need to pay tax. For export, you need not pay tax. If you have the LUT, no need to pay tax. You will get the goods, you can export it without paying taxes.
Suppose any machinery is sent for one state to another state for repair.
Yeah.
So what would be the question?
Definitely you have to pay tax on that.
IGST and
IGST has to be taxed, paid, and then once you are taking it back, you can take the credit. Okay? Now,
no delivery channel.
no delivery challan at all. If you are taking goods outside the state, tax is payable.
As
And-
such it is sold.
Sorry?
As such it is sold.
As it is sold. Yeah. Now I'm moving to supply of service. Supply of service. The place of supply for service.
So that be the case. Suppose if I travel a car, so if some officer may interrupt. So why you are taking?
This was a typical question which is not yet answered by the CBDT department. See, what happens is my question was this. Even I raised it to GST department and its council actually. What happens is, how many of you have taken the car delivery, new car delivery? New car. Nobody has bought car. Car bought it, no. When you take the car for delivery, you are taking the car, you are driving back home. E-way bill is required. Correct? E-way bill is required. If the goods value is more than 50,000, e-way bill is required. Right? Right now, car is a goods. Anything which is movable is goods. Still, see the point is, question was, the GST department person can stop me and say that, boss, you have not raised the e-way bill. Where is the e-way bill? See, like that, there are a lot of practical issues which are yet to be. See, now the department is not strong enough because they are also understanding a lot of practical difficulties are in this particular situation. Okay. Now place of supply of service. Now place of supply of service, I have some thumb rules. One is place of supply of service, general rule is, if you are supplying any service to a registered person, then location of such person. Please keep this thumb rule in your mind. Please keep the thumb rule in your mind. If you are supplying to an unregistered person, then the location of the supplier where the address on record exists. Third is, other cases, location of the supplier of services. So, when you are providing service to a registered person, his registration number will be there. Tamil Nadu is 33, and if the other registered person number is 33, then it is
Same state.
intrastate subject to SEZ. Okay, I am always cautioning you, subject to SEZ. Then, location of such recipient will be the location of supply. If you are transacting with unregistered party, see what is the address on record. Is it a Tamil Nadu, is it Bangalore or any other state? Then it will be IGST. If you don't have the address on record, then other cases, location of the supplier of service. Will there be a transaction without knowing the address of the party? There could be. I will give you a typical example. How many of you have taken DD?
Over the counter also.
Correct. Exactly, over the counter. How many of you have taken DD? DD you have taken. No, you are not giving your address. Though it's a bank where they are requesting for all KYC and DD is not required. Whatever the charge they are doing, they are charging CGST, SGST only. Okay. Now, place of supply with respect to immovable property is the location of such property. Sir, you asked me. Somebody asked me. You asked me, right? That my employees are traveling to Mumbai and all. They are charging CGST, SGST of Mumbai. That's all. So you cannot take the credit. That's another big flow. But wherever the properties are located, that will be the place of supply. Any doubt in that? You have, and then if any of the experts like architects, interior decorators, surveyors and engineers and estate agents, all these people, whoever is providing any service to immovable property, any services for immovable property, the place of supply shall be the place at which the immovable property is located. Please, I am just cautioning you, place of supply has nothing to do with the registration. Please understand, place of supply has nothing to do with registration. Please don't misunderstand. Place of supply and registration are independent sections. Place of supply is different. Registration, you have to go to section 22 to determine whether the registration is required or not. So place of supply and location of supplier is required to determine intrastate or interstate. The nature of transaction only we are determining here. Okay. So clear? Immovable property, the place where the immovable property is located. And nice boy, right? Nice boy, right? There was a picture on the screen, right? I got it from Google. It was a nice boy actually. Okay. Immovable property. Assuming that an architect from Chennai is supplying service to a person, the client in Chennai, for a hotel which is located in Goa. So both the supplier and recipient are in Chennai, but the hotel is located in Goa. So now what would be the place of supply? Goa. IGST only. Correct? Excellent, sir. I am happy that I am getting some responses post 11. Good. Restaurant and catering services. Always restaurant is a disputable one. 18%, 12%, then 5%. Now the complaint is, sir, after reducing all this rate, still the rate of food is not coming down. So that's another complaint. So, yeah. So, this restaurant services and all, place of supply shall be the location where they performed. That means wherever if you go to hotels and all, they will charge CGST, SGST only. And training and performance appraisals. Most of the corporates will have this issue. If they are doing any training, if you are providing any training services, now I am going to some corporates and doing the training. If it is provided to a registered person, then that will be the place of supply. If I am providing to some unregistered party, because I am conducting the training and I am requesting all the people to be there, and then there are audiences. I am charging GST means where actually I am conducting the training. Assume that I am going to Bangalore for conducting the training. Then I have to charge IGST for all the participants. Assuming that I'm one of Samsung is located in Chennai, and then they are asking me, Rajeev, why did you go to Bangalore and then do the training for our branch office? Then if I'm going and doing the training, then it will be then CGST, SGST, because the registered person is located in Tamil Nadu. Okay, you understood? If you are supplying to a registered person, location of that person. If you are supplying to an unregistered person, then wherever the actual training is held. Admission to cultural events, all these events, wherever the events are happening, that's all. IPL match is happening? No. If it is happening in Tamil Nadu Chepauk Stadium, they will charge only CGST, SGST. Correct? No. No. See, what happens is this is only determining place of supply. To determine IGST or CGST, you have to see the location of the supplier also. You understand? So don't misconstrue this particular point. You have to think that also. Don't get deviated from that particular point. This is only talking about place of supply. And organizing an event and all, wherever if it is provided to registered person, then that will be the place of supply. I have a lot of examples. I will share this, and then probably you will be able to understand, because ABC Private Limited, an event management company from Mumbai, is organizing a musical event for Vijay TV Chennai at Marina Beach, Chennai. Then the Vijay TV being a registered person in Chennai, and be a place of supply shall be the location of Vijay TV, that is in Chennai. So I have a lot of examples, so you can go through it, because I got a note, 5 minutes only, so I'm just rushing it. Don Bosco has come and then give this secret note. So, transportation of a passenger. How many of you have booked the train tickets? You see, wherever you are embarked into the train for the continuous journey, that will be the place of supply. If you are getting in from Chennai, they will charge. That will be the place of supply. Don't even, again I am saying you, don't think what is to be charged. That depends upon the person who is the location of the service provider. Okay. Now, next is service on board. So I told you service, if it is a goods, the goods are taken on board. If it is a service, then from where the journey has started. In the same example I told you, if it is a goods, if the flight is coming from Delhi to Chennai then it's going to Calicut, then goods are taken from Chennai, then there. If it is a service, where the continuous journey has started, it is started from Delhi, that will be the place of supply. If it is a service, because service you cannot identify where it is provided. So they are saying that where the vehicle has started, then that will be the place of supply. Hi sir. The telecommunication services. You look at your telephone bills, you will understand what is the place of supply. Very simple. Okay, because I'm rushing it. And the banking and financial services, that will be place of supply shall be location of recipient of services on the record of the supplier of service. Then we have insurance, we have advertisement services, then we have export of service, and then import of service. Sir, I will take 10 minutes of yours, sir, because we have also started a little late only. Okay. Export of service means here the export of goods, export of import of goods. Very, very simple definition, right? That is compensated with export of service and import of service. Export of service, they are saying supplier of service should be located in India, and recipient of service should be located outside India, and place of supply is outside India, and you should receive the consideration in foreign currency, convertible foreign currency. There is another point. Then this recipient of service are not merely establishment of a distinct person. That means it should not be a branch office or anything like that. And so here the major condition is you should receive it in foreign currency to consider this as an export of service. Because it's very, very important, because LUT, there are a lot of concepts like with LUT you can consider this as export of service without payment of taxes. For that it should be an export of service. For export of service you should receive it in foreign currency. Please be aware of it. Import of service, foreign currency is not required because we are paying no. So government said no, even if you are not paying in foreign currency, no problem, you are eligible. Place of, here what is the thumb rule? See, 12 was talking about Section 12 was talking about when there was no foreign party. For your common language I am saying there is no foreign party. But in 13 it says one party would be located outside India, one party will be in India. You understood? That is why we discussed about exporter service or importer service. Then place of supply in that particular scenario, that means where there was one foreign party and one Indian party. Then location of the recipient of service. Here there is no registered party and all. You cannot expect foreign parties to be registered under GST. Correct? So location of the recipient of service. Where the location of the recipient of service is not available in the ordinary course of business. Location of the supplier of service. This is a major flow. I will tell you where it is impacting. One of our clients is having huge loss because of this particular provisions. I will tell you that. We have also made representation to the Indian Brokers Association and all. I will tell you that how it is impacting the industries. I hope the government will consider this. Goods required to be made available. This is the first scenario. See, these thumb rules, thumb rules are subject to the following. In the first one, the subject to that 12(3), that was starting with immovable property, then till we concluded with the insurance agents and all. So the standard rule is not applicable to others. Standard rule is thumb rule, that is subject to the other points. Like that, here the standard rule is thus subject to 13(3) to 13(12). That is, it says if it is machines and all, if it is required to be made available physically, then that will be the place of supply. Because there are a lot of remote location where they will be controlling, they will be doing the machinery repair and all. All this place where the machinery is actually located. Okay, machinery is actually located. And immovable property again, the property wherever it is located, whether it is in foreign country, India, wherever it is located, that will be the place of supply. And admission to cultural events also the same, where the event is actually held. And here you can see that you cannot see the registered person, right? Because it's all international transactions. Then supply of service at more than one location, how to determine that. Supply of service at more than one state, how to determine the value and all. It's all clearly given. And specified services, if it is banking company and intermediary services and hiring means of transport, then the place of supply shall be the place of location of the supplier of service. I will tell you one very practical example which we are facing now. Intermediary service. All agents are considered as intermediary services. Insurance brokers. One of our clients is doing insurance broker services for international clients, where they are getting the commission. Now the question is, being an intermediary, what is the place of supply? Place of supply is Tamil Nadu. So he has to discharge CGST, SGST. This is not qualifying as export. Had it been qualified as export, I would have claimed a refund, or I would not have been paid by obtaining a LOT. Now, this is not qualifying as an export. So what happens? Now I have to pay CGST, SGST, and the foreign party is not reimbursing it. The party is asking, why should I pay your taxes in your country? So now they are incurring 18% loss continuously. We made representation to the ministry also through Indian Brokers Association, IBA, and then expecting a positive reply from their end. Transportation of goods excluding mail or courier, that is place of destination of such goods. Then on-board conveyance, where the first schedule point, departure point, that's all. So with that, I'm closing my presentation on place of supply. Before that, I would like to summarize the points for your understanding. First, we discussed about interstate supply, correct? No doubt about it. Two states, transactions with one supplier, location of supplier in one state, then place of supplies in another state. Then we discussed about intrastate supply, right? Then we discussed about the coastal, right? Then we discussed about the movement of goods. The place of supply for goods. We discussed 5 scenarios. Then we discussed import or export, right? Then we discussed about place of supply where there is no foreign party. Then we discussed about place of supply where there is a foreign party. And in these 2 cases, we had one thumb rule, that general rule, subject to 8, 9, 10 special cases. Okay, and we discussed couple of points with the general aspects like SEZ and other things we discussed. That's all about the place of supply. If you have any doubts or anything, you can ask me. I will give you 3 minutes. Probably I am taking Prasanna Kumar's time, but I will give you 3-4 minutes. And then if you have any doubts, I can clarify now. If you don't, if I am not able to clarify your doubts because of loss of time, we will meet for tea. Tea is clear? Tea. We will meet for the tea. So at that time we can clarify your doubts. Any doubts?
When goods are exported, goods are sent for repair, it is considered as an export. Right?
Yeah.
So similarly, supposing goods are coming in for repair in
Yeah.
India, will you have to pay any tax on
Yeah,
that?
definitely, sir. If it is imported to custom frontiers of India, definitely you have to pay tax.
Actually, the CBSE dot,
Yeah.
saying this is exempted from that. Actually.
What basis? Sir?
They are saying that if the provision is not applicable,
Yeah.
in respect of goods which are temporarily imported into India
Yeah.
for repairs and are exported after repairs.
Yeah, that is correct, sir. That is for the service. If it is a goods, then you are paying IGST.
About repairs only. Just saying only about repairs.
No, that is what I gave you one example, right? That what you are reading is as per the Act. I gave you that in my presentation itself. If it is temporarily imported into India for repairs and all, then yeah, re-import of exported goods will be also be no, not this one.
Yeah, go to base screen also that one.
I'll do one thing, sir. I will clarify your doubt post to the time because of the post of time. Any other doubts? Any other doubts? No doubts. That means either you understood everything or you did not understand anything. I don't know what is the scenario now. How was the, have you understood? Please give me a good, the genuine feedback. Have you understood? I'm not sure that you would not have understood completely, but have you understood to quite number of?
At least we got rough idea
Ah.
how to go about.
Correct. Correct. That is the only intention. I'm not here to, it's not an expert session where, I'll be making you more like an expert. But this is only practically I'm telling you the base level, the ground level, how to work on place of supply and all. Okay?
Any doubt we have how to go about the act inside. That idea you want.
Yeah, you can note down my email ID and mobile number, which is available here. 1 minute, I'll just. Yeah, here, this is my email ID and mobile number. You can reach me. If you can send me an email, it would be great. I can clarify your doubts. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us, and it was a superb session. Now, with the permission from all of you, may I call upon Mrs. Nandini to present a memento as a token of love and appreciation on behalf of SIRC of ICAI to our respectable speaker.
Thank you so much.
Dear participant, now we can have 10 minutes break. If you make it lesser than that, it will be appreciated because our honorable next speaker is already very much available. Please make it a little faster. Thank you.
Now next speaker, Mr. Prasanna Krishnan is going to represent about the GST. So we welcome Mr. Prasanna Krishnan. Please. Mr. Krishnan, he is expert on the tax law, especially is in the indirect taxes with the GST and custom is the core area. He is successful indirect tax law and honorable. He also represent to the tribunal of service tax and custom and excise. He also represent the ministry, finance ministry and all bureaucrats on behalf of the different others on behalf of the India Omnibus Owners Association. He also represent to rent a cab on behalf of rent a cab and consulting engineer service. So we welcome Mr. Prasanna. Go ahead. Yes, thank you.
learned brothers and sisters, good afternoon. As usual, there was a call from the SIRC's chairman office, from CTGMT, that after a week's time, this happened before a week's time, after a week's time there will be a program, can you please take up this particular topic, or you are having time on that day? I said, unfortunately I'm having time, so I take it up. What's the topic? The same export of the supply, you please take it up. Can you please give some other topic? No, everybody is interested to listen to you on exports only, you please come and deliver your lecture on exports. I said, fine sir, no, this is already about some 11 sessions I have handled already, more or less in the same type of program. No, that is the reason why you are saying that, please handle that only. Everybody is preferring that one. Fine, okay sir, I thought. For a while, I was under the impression that, great, the audience, the organizers, the institute, everybody is very fond of our presentation, because such a presentation we have made, that is why repeatedly they are asking. But unfortunately, this morning only I came across some other news item or any kind of incidents update actually. It was in Music Sabha. One classical singer was called for the 4th time with an excellent invitation from the Sabha secretary. And every time, the first time he asked, and fourth time he has been asked, sir, don't forget that particular Kirtana, you have to sing that song this time. This man was overwhelmed with a kind of response actually. In fact, this time he had to go to the Sabha chairman first before he goes to the podium and asked, Mr. Secretary, I don't have words fail to thank you. Are you impressed that much with my singing, especially that Kirtana you are repeatedly asking, this is the 4th time. And don't worry, I will not let you down. This time I will sing. Come, what's up? Come nearer. Yes, sir. See, Mr. Singer, if somebody is calling for 4th time to do certain things, don't have an opinion that you have done excellently and you are required to do it several times. First time I gave a chance to you, you did not deliver well at all. At least second time I told you, you will do, you did not. Third time you did not. 4th time I am giving a chance, please sing the song properly. I love that song a lot actually. You are smiling like anything. Please sing this time, at least 4th time I am telling you. So, if somebody is calling us and giving a repeat request that you please do the same thing, it may be this way or that way. We don't know which way the institute is feeling. So, leaving the reality to them, let us get into the subject actually. So, coming to the discussion of today's matter.
Positive sides, think positive.
You are a very nice man, sir. You are a very nice man. You are my brother. He will not let me down. So, I don't know. Anyway, there is some problem in this. It's stuck actually. And there's some stuck. It is stuck actually. Let me see. Just a minute. So today's discussion is about the exports and the impact of GST. Right. We'll quickly have some 40 seconds discussion just for 40 seconds, 40 seconds about the basics. Then we will get into the discussion in detail actually. Now, what is the need for having a discussion on the basics is another part actually. What is your idea? Because now you will be having some idea in your mind, after reading the law or without reading the law. You need not refer the provision, section, other things. Just simply tell me, in your mind, what is the meaning of export of supply? What is there in your mind actually? Now, today, this is my understanding. I don't know what you are going to tell, that's different one. My understanding is this, that's all. Maybe right in law or not, that's okay. That is lawmakers' version. My understanding is this. This is what I understood. About some 10 months have gone after GST laws come into the effect. My understanding is export of supply means that's all. If you say, that will be a very good hint for me to understand that at which level I can plan to present you more comfortably. It will be little there to you. Instead of talking some other zone, let us just discuss it. Supply outside India. SEZ location. Okay. Into the SEZ location or supply outside. Fine. Okay. That's fairly okay. Some refinement that later we'll do it. Okay then.
In respect of it, you will receive some consideration.
You have to receive consideration because it is not chartered accountancy profession wherein last year bill not collected, current year also very honestly it should be collected. Right, sir? I agree with you, sir. You are very nice. Great, sir. Then, sir.
The movement in and out of frontier of India.
Oh, the customs frontier based one, whether it is going out or not, you want to see. If it is going out, export. If it is coming inside, import. Fine. This is about goods only, specifically. All right. Okay.
Then currency, foreign currency.
Foreign currency should come to us. Correct, correct. Foreign currency should come to us. Fine, okay. Any other idea is there? This is what basically, yeah, that's fairly enough. To start with, it's fairly enough, not a problem at all. There are a lot of other things to be considered. We'll just discuss in the next 1 hour and 5 minutes. About some 65 minutes discussion will be of this kind actually. Certain rudiments we'll be discussing for about some 15 minutes. Then some controversial matters which are not really warranting any controversy, to be verified. It is not having any confusion. It's the maybe the taxpayer. It is the thanks to the very excellent earlier time system what we had. All these things and all had been there. It is not controversy. It's not any deficiency. It happened unfortunately, but anyway, you are having solution already actually. That we'll see that what is that one. Then the last 15 minutes we'll just devote to related aspects. Export, if you are saying, there are certain related aspects. Maybe a refund related issue because of the export documents. Maybe certain issues related to because of the exports. Those aspects we will be seeing. So now around 65 minutes discussion we will be having, right? Then we will be having a specific question and answer session, maybe 5 to 10 minutes time we can discuss. Now, what are all the sections we need to know is a question. The fine text of law is always advisable. If you are, this is meant for beginners. There are some experienced people also, but this program is meant for beginners. It's highly advisable to see that you know the basics well, then you go to the next part. And for any law, this law is not exception. For any law, kindly don't ignore the fine text of law. Exactly what law says. Simply, nothing more than that. We need not interpret anything at all. Because a famous judge was sitting there and the government pleader was arguing. The defense had submitted certain versions. A rejoinder need to be submitted by the government pleader. The government pleader raised up and said, Your Honor, what law wants to tell is, he started. The famous judge told to him that, what law wants to tell is there here in the book. What you want to tell, you tell. Okay. So, first let us understand what law wants to say. It says very simply. It's not having any serious confusion at all. Few exceptions are there, but it's very clean, very nice, very simply it says, it's very, what I can say, the journey with the law, if you are loving and going along with that one, it's very clean. It tries to communicate like a human being very well. This is what I want to tell you. Are you understanding or not? If you don't understand, this is the situation. If you are having doubt, I remove the doubt. For removal of doubt, I am telling this. If you don't understand this, I am giving an explanation. I am explaining. Are you understanding this? For example, if you don't know, I am giving example. Please understand the example. If you are having some situations, provided that I am saying that one. If other things are all read, don't use that one. Forget about those things. Notwithstanding anything contained in any provisions of law, here, what I want to tell. So clearly it communicates. It's only the reader. It's only the reader who is having his own stuff and all, which is just putting it. He is putting his words into the mouth of the law and says that law is blabbering. What to do? Anyway, coming back to this one. What are the sections we need? Very few sections in the entire 60 minutes plus discussion what we are going to have. We'll be having very few sections only to discuss in detail. Maybe section 11, a part of 12 references here, 13 references we'll be having from IGST law. Section 2, subsection 5, section 2, subsection 6, respectively for goods exports and export of services. A few sections like section 147 for certain references, rule number 96A for referring certain matters actually. So, major items are here only. Very few sections. We will try to read in detail so that we will not be having uncompromised inputs for us to proceed further. Now, to start with, section 11 of IGST Act is saying place of supply of goods. That you would have already studied. And we know the previous session would have also been dealing with this one before entering to things. So the basic is this. In case of place of supply of goods, how it is decided? When the goods are imported, goods are coming to India. So destination is India. So that is what import. Right? So place of supply is in India. Because goods are terminating their supply, terminating their movement in India. In case of exports, what's happening there? In case of goods which are getting exported, it shall be location outside India. That's what you are sending the goods outside India. Goods movement are visible. You can see by eyes, so you are able to fix it easily. So if the goods are coming inside, import in India. If the goods are going outside, export outside India. Finish. That's all of it. Nothing more than that. So really, is this the definition for this one? That's all. You don't. See, much often it happens like this. One big quiz program, something like a Kon Banega program. About some 10 rounds are there totally. The 10th round will fetch you about some 2 crore rupees prize money. One contestant was prepared very well, maybe for civil examinations and all. He has studied a lot, it appears. So he is good in all these things and all. First question, second question, third, fourth, fifth, eighth, ninth question, clear. 10th question, the decider, tiebreaker. Whether he will be getting this 2 crore rupees or not is the situation. The quiz anchor is asking the question, how many legs are there for a human being? This man thought, 10th round, 2 crore rupees prize money. At this situation, whether any fool being a quiz anchor will ask a question so simply, some hidden question is there. No sir, I withdraw myself, so please give me the basic money, that's all. He withdrew. Some 25 lakhs or something he was given there, he came out. Then out of curiosity, he went back to the anchor and asked that, can you please tell me, what is the answer for the 10th question? Are you a normal human being? No. How many legs you are having? 2. Am I a normal human being? Yes. How many legs I am having? 2. That's all the answer. No, this is very unfair. Such a question and all you cannot ask. So simple it is. So this is what our belief actually. Whenever we are reading a law, this is something else is there, nothing else is there. Everything is now. We give some kind of different status to the law unnecessarily. It is reading very simply. Why should we just read it? That's all the thing. If goods are coming to India, places of India. If goods are going outside India, places of outside India. That's all. There are very few words which need to be taken care of to consideration that we need to say. That I will highlight. Otherwise, that's not having any kind of issue at all. Right. Export of goods, section 2, subsection 5. What it says. Export of goods with its grammatical variation and cognate expressions means taking goods out of India to a place outside India. Sir, why are you pronouncing so clearly with some stress and all? Is there anything inside that one? Just have a look on that one. The circled item, you just have a look. Then any other thing, just have a look on this circled item. Do you get any hint in this? That's all. If you see that and if you get any idea, we can quickly move to the next point. That's all. Nothing more than that. Taking goods out of India to a place outside India. If you get anything in your mind, now tell me. Maybe after 9 slides, I will be just coming back to the same point. We will be discussing.
Actually, there is no intention to get it.
Yeah, no, that is not very expressly told actually. Sending outside India is that actually. But do you see some catch point because of these 2, 3 words? What are there actually? Set of words are there. Whether
maybe for transportation purpose, you may have to take outside India and then get into India. Which means actually the destination should be outside India.
My brother says, sir, if I am simply saying that make the goods to go outside India, you will make to go outside India and bring back to India also. So,
like carrying the goods.
Carrying of goods.
Carrying by myself. If I'm going out means I'm just carrying that and I'm going like that.
That is coming under baggage rules. That's not a big problem at all. Under customs it is taken care of. That is some catch point. You reserve your reply. Yes, sir.
Sale is not mandatory.
Okay. It is not necessary to be a sales. It need to go out. That's all. But taking goods out of India is the word I am just again for the 4th time bringing to your knowledge. Is it giving any hint to you? Not a problem. You are beginners. You have got all that. See, today you enjoy the session a lot for one simple reason. You are on the other side. You can ask any question. You can believe anything without basis. You can ask any question without basis. What is the need for? You are here to learn. You can ask. I should not only tell anything without basis, anything without reference, anything without case law, or anything without legal web. I should not tell. That is a serious responsibility. You enjoy. If the license has given to you, has been given to you, you enjoy it. You ask any question which is relevant to the session. You will enjoy this session. You can comfortably. Okay. Right.
Once suppose goods are taken out of India, that
Sir.
means they say some nautical miles, crosses.
200 nautical exclusive economic zone.
Something like that. So say other you have internal part like Andaman,
right.
It is internal part of India.
Okay.
Even though if it crosses, then reaches the Andaman, it is an integral part of India.
India.
Reach it to India. Take outside outside means it won't come again as a bill of voucher.
Okay.
Bill to supplier.
Okay.
It won't come to again to Indian part.
Okay.
What we understand.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a fair understanding. This is one among the reason, not the only reason, but I agree. But yeah, we'll come to the point again, maybe after some 9 slides.
Who is the buyer? Where is the property, rights getting transferred? All those things are not defined.
Not defined. That's not here. Only supply is the word which is coming encompassing under section everything. That's true. Yes, of course. Anyway, we'll revisit. You just reserve the reply in your mind. We'll have a very interesting. Positively, after some discussion, you may also, when I'm coming back to the question, we'll be able to reply. We'll just see that. Now, export of service. What we saw now was export of goods. What is the meaning of export of services? Export of services means, it is not inclusive definition. Means, that's all. Straight away it says this is the export of service. Only 5 serious conditions are there. But all the 5 are cumulatively to be seen. One violation will also make the particular transaction as the one which is not falling under export of services. One, supplier of the service should be located in India, naturally. Because if you are exporting, you should be from India and you should get the services rendered or sent outside India. That's all. Right, that's fine. Recipient of the service, what you are rendering from India, should be a person who is located outside India. The word very clearly reads located outside India. Right? Fine. Then, having said that one, you will be having the third condition. The place of supply of service is supposed to be outside India only. Place of supply you have already discussed, just last session only you discussed. Section 12, Section 13. Section 12 talks about all domestic transactions between 2 states. Section 13 talks about all foreign transactions between one Indian and another foreigner. 2 parties will be there, one non-resident will be there. Section 13. Under Section 13 about some 14 different situations are there, maybe for transport, movable goods or performance related matters or events or everything we have been discussed one by one. So, that way, referring Section 13, that way, whether the place of supply of that service is outside India is the question. If it is so, you are comfortably clearing the third point also. Then, you come to the fourth point, where you are asked that the payment for such service should have been received by the supplier of service in convertible foreign exchange. Convertible foreign exchange is a term you can easily understand. It should hit your bank account in foreign exchange and get converted. Not somewhere already converted into your Indian rupees and then reach here. You get the money here in foreign from foreign side to your Indian account as a foreign money itself. And then that money will be converted as per your local law and you can draw the money as you wish. Or you can keep that into your export proceeds itself separately and then spend it as a export proceeds in the currency itself as you wish. That is the problem. The fifth point is little different one actually. You have a look on that one. I will just support you to understand that. Please have a look on this. What do you understand from this? Fifth point. All the 4 not requiring much explanation, still I told, of course. Fifth, you just have a look at that. What do you understand? Then I will try to explain to you.
Branches located outside India.
It is referring to some branches located outside India. Madam, how you are arriving at a conclusion that it is referring to branches versus head office? There is some serious reason what you are referring to. That's right actually. What is making you to feel that? Distinct person. So it is not talking about a legal person. So one legal person can have several distinct persons under that. And incidentally, every legal person is a distinct person. That is incidental actually. In other words, if I am having A Limited in Chennai, the same A Limited can have a distinct person in India itself at Bangalore, at Guwahati, at Surat, at Bhopal, at Indore, at Delhi, at Mumbai. Several branches or place of work. I will not even use the word branches. Several place of works can be there where registration may be warranted and identified distinct person state-wise can be there differently. So, one legal person, namely so-and-so private limited, namely so-and-so limited, namely so-and-so proprietor, maybe proprietor also. A proprietor concern can have the head office here and branch office outside the state, right? So, distinct person will be the term which will be used to see that identifiably in a particular state, one entity is available for the purpose of law, not for the purpose of Companies Act or for income tax, for the purpose of this law, the GST. Now, as my sister was telling, you have one premises here, one premises or one setup here. This is rendering service to your Dubai branch. I told you that it can have a branch at Bangalore. Why should not it have a Bangalore branch at Bangladesh? So, from Tamil Nadu branch or Indian branch, if you are rendering service to Bangladesh head office or vice versa, whether this is a transaction referred here and whether it will be amounting to export of service is the question. Supplier should be in India. Who are you? You are in India. Right. Recipient should be outside India. Yes, he is located in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Branch. Right? Fine. That is also. Third point. You should be seeing that place of supply outside India. Yes, the place of supply as far as export of services are concerned in a particular item is outside India only. For example, let me say that some immovable property let out, something like that, that is there in Dhaka itself. Example I am saying. So the place of supply of service is outside India, Dhaka, Bangladesh. That is also clear. Fourth point. Whether the payment received in foreign exchange. Bangladeshi people are sending, the branch is sending in, let me say US dollars or euro, perfectly. What you wanted in dollar, they said. So that is also clear. But still, as I already told you, please remember, 5 conditions are cumulative. Not even one should be failing. All together you should read. All yes you should say. One no will spoil everything. So coming to the 5th point, what it reads, the supplier of the service and the recipient of the service. The Indian head office and the Bangladeshi branch office are not merely establishments of a distinct person in accordance with explanation 1 to section 8. Read together with 25, that latter will say. That means that for a legal entity called A Limited, which is having head office here, and A Limited, which is having the branch office at Bangladesh, Dhaka, if there is a transaction between them, a service is there, all the 4 conditions incidentally might have been fulfilled. But still, you won't be able to comfortably claim that there had been an export of service. Because 5th condition is not met. They are after all distinct person who are under the same legal person within the meaning of this. Nothing more than that. Right. Then.
Point 4.
Sorry, sir?
Point 4.
Tell, sir. Tell.
Suppose you have an account balance. But you have given a debit card. You are withdrawing money from the ATM.
No, the question is whether, as it is permitted, it is received in foreign exchange by you in your, as I was telling you, Reserve Bank is giving you permission to see that the convertible foreign exchange should hit your account, sir. Having received, then you can decide what to do. It should come here, to your income.
Originally, it is being deposited in foreign currency into your account there.
There, that's what.
But I am able to withdraw that using a debit card here.
Okay.
Again, the card issued over there.
Okay.
Is it a foreign currency?
No, that's what. As if you are reading together with the provisions of Reserve Bank, it says that to your Indian account it should come. Then only you have received your foreign exchange, because they are watching here actually. Because whenever you are doing a transaction, if it is goods, it will be very easy for you to understand. Maybe with the forms what they are giving to you from the dealer, because an authorized dealer within the meaning of section 7 of FEMA is acting on behalf of you. You will be just signing in the forms wherever you are signing it. The money coming inside, you are taking a responsibility. I will ensure that money is coming to India. In fact, when we are discussing about 96A in detail, which is read together with this one, you will get more clarity that it has to come to you. Otherwise, you will not be, because you will be giving a bond itself to the government.
That's what I'm saying. You withdraw the money from here itself. The money is already credited.
That's what, sir. Money is there in Dhaka, you are able to draw here. That's what you are coming to say. Because it's globally accessible one actually. So, if it is coming to India, you are safe. Otherwise, it is debatable. It should be in India. Otherwise, it is debatable. Officer will say that I don't know, sir. In Dhaka, what you receive, I don't know. I don't have anything at all. He will say. See, officer is a person who is having his own style of understanding anything. You know. So if it is little easy to understand for him, he will be able to understand. Or else it's a problem. You go to one officer, you say that, sir, I have an exemption for this wire. No. Sir, your circular is giving a support to me. I am having this. No. Sir, earlier also there is a case law, sir. That is supporting. No. Sir, you are a very intelligent officer. Why are you saying no? What to do? That is how he used to do. For everything he will say no. For this also he will say. That is kind of officer. So let us not trouble him actually. So he has 96 years saying this. What I can do, he will say. You only wrote and gave a letter because it is addressed to the President of India, not to me also. So we will come to the point actually. So that will be there. So let us not trouble him. Now, having said the export and related matter, this is what is export, we understand. Should we tax exports? Whether, please.
Small query
Please.
The Dhaka branch we are referring to, will there be a difference if it is incorporated as a foreign branch of an Indian company rather a company incorporated in Dhaka?
Now, see, if it is a company itself, sir, it's a legal entity, not a distinct person. It's a legal entity. What we are referring to is, as you said in the first option, if it is a branch of India, maybe for them foreign branch actually, then only we are referring to it. If it is a subsidiary, 100% held subsidiary, associated concern, we need not bother. That is the different one, this is different one, you can comfortably. See, my brother's question is, sir, you gave an example where you just told that a Dhaka branch. If it is a Dhaka subsidiary company, what you will say? Is a question. Or if it is a Dhaka holding company and Indian subsidiary company, is the situation. What you will say? That's a separate company. It's a legal entity, you can do an export to them, they can do an import to all. You can do. We are referring to a situation wherein legally we are saying, in the given example you can recall, I was using clearly the word that A Limited India head office, A Limited Bangladesh branch office, A Limited still. But here in the option what you are telling, A Limited India, B Limited Bangladesh. B is the subsidiary of A or A is the subsidiary of B is incidental, that's okay, fine. They are a legal entity, there is no problem at all. That is a definitely legal person, you don't worry. Coming to this one, what is the idea of GST as far as export is concerned? Is there GST on exports? GST is leviable on exports, I say. Yes? Yes. Any no?
Zero rated.
Zero rated.
Applicable but zero rated.
Applicable but zero rated. Okay. Any other opinion? Fine. To that extent, there is some big majority actually. Okay. Whether majority is there or not, things are moving in this country. That is a different one. But there is a majority happy. That's good. That's okay. We cannot go into the podium, will not permit. So beyond that, I cannot go. So this is academic forum. I cannot discuss beyond that. Right. Now you are having a clarity and majority in your mind in this, at least in this hall, that sir, GST is applicable on exports, sir. 7. Yeah, nice. That is applicable. Now one more addition was there. Yeah, rejoinder was there. No, applicable but at zero rate. Applicable at zero rate means then tax is zero. Fine. If tax is zero, you are not taxing it. You are exempting it. You are exempting the exports. You don't want to tax that. That is the meaning of it. Whether export is an exempted item. Yes or no?
No.
No. But you are not paying. You only told that zero rated, you will not pay.
So the zero rate can be even 10 tomorrow.
Can they change the rate?
We will change the rate.
Changing the rate.
Please take these people's service at the North Block, sir. Take it nicely support. We will change that element, even not going to 9%. Straight away. We will change to 10 also, sir. Very graciously. So, what is today is 0, can be 10 also, 20 also positively. They have not said. Today they have said, there is one section that is saying, that is the question actually. I think unanimously we are agreeing. That is one section 16 in IGST Act. You have two limbs to that. One is talking about this one. Zero rated supply means what? About which only we have been discussing. Means what? Officially what it is telling is, it means any of the following supply of goods or services or both. What? Number 1, export of services or goods or both is one side. Supply of goods, export we already discussed. Export of goods, section 2, subsection 5. Export of services, section 2, subsection 6. Both we discussed. So, both will be coming under this category, zero rated supply. Export of goods, export of services, what we discussed, are finding a place here and getting a qualification, namely zero rated. Right. Please.
I have a question.
Please.
Here we are going to raise a bill or bill of supply. There is two things. One is the zero ratage is there. So just I seen few of the cases that bill of supply should be raised.
No, sir. Yeah, good bill. I will just come to the point. There are slides. It's a good bill, a normal bill. Actually. As I already told you, I just pulled the words from your mouth for one simple reason. Are you in principle agreeing with me that GST is applicable on GST? Is the question. For which majority was that? Maybe minority would have been little silent, I believe. Though those people also can kindly join with us actually. GST is applicable on exports, no doubt about it. When GST is applicable on exports, you will not be much concerned about the bill of supply. You will definitely be worried to comply with the provisions of Rule 47, Reg 2, Section 31(3), that invoice, a tax invoice should be there. That you will believe. We will come to that point actually, up to that. Now coming to the second limb of this, Section 16, subsection 2. What it says? Supply of goods or services are both then you please have a look on the screen. Supply of goods or services or both, then one word comes. Are you able to see that? Is there any importance for the two?
Specifically to the special economic zone.
That is okay, sir. That's okay. Yeah, because that limb itself is meant for that. But the word two is trying to give some solution or some clarity. Solution I will not say. Some clarity to you. What is that actually?
From this is whatever they sell to the local is not exempt.
That is other way around, sir. No. Now the focus is goods are traveling to, services are traveling to SEZ. What is coming out later, we will discuss. That is different one. Now you are in principle accepting that though SEZ is in domestic area of India, geographically, it's a specified zone. When you supply the goods or services or both to SEZ, if I am using it, is it not giving some kind of hint to you? Any idea? Subcontract. You are coming nearer to the point. Okay, what is the problem with the subcontractor?
Providing service.
Subcontractor providing service to SEZ or
in SEZ.
In SEZ. That's fine. Okay. No. He is coming nearer to the point. You complete, sir. You are right. You are right. I fully support. You just come to that.
Main supply.
What main supplier is there? He is supplying to whom?
No, subcontractor acting on his behalf.
Oh no, that's okay. No. First, main contractor he is supplying to whom? SEZ. That you are agreeing? No? Fine. Next.
Subcontract supply to main contractor.
Correct. That's what. Subcontractor is supplying to whom?
Main contractor. Main contractor.
Are you agreeing with him, sir? If you want, I will explain. If you are agreeing, I will just drop and go to the next point. See, as my brother was saying, subcontractor is supplying to contractor only. Contractor is supplying to SEZ. Please understand that. The word to is having its own importance. There are certain words in English as well as tax law which are of some serious nature actually. When they are used there, you need to take little more care to see that it is used that way only. Otherwise, it will be giving some other meaning actually. Here, the word to is telling that who is your recipient is deciding the export of supply of services, export of supply of goods or both. Today, if you are having an environment wherein an SEZ recipient is having a contract with the contractor can very well tell that I am supplying to SEZ. Fine, that's normal. Whether the subcontractor of the, back-to-back contract could also be there. I don't know. Never the contractor visits the premises of SEZ at all. True, possible. And subcontractor only going there and toiling for everything. True. And he will be doing the work, maybe physically being present in the SEZ itself, in the premises of the unit itself, SEZ unit itself. He will do the work inside the SEZ, maybe consultancy, interior integration, construction, any kind of electrical work, whatever you want to say that the physical premises is requiring him to be there, he does. But whether the law is saying that supply of goods, services are both in a SEZ, or whether the law is saying that supply of goods or services both to a SEZ, please read and confirm. Two. What is the big difference is this. If it is using the word in, we can still, a little expanded manner, we can explain that, sir, if I do my service in SEZ, whether I am a subcontractor or not, to whom I am doing is not question. I did the service in SEZ. Whereas, I am doing a service to SEZ. So, as long as a contractor I am doing to him, I am comfortable. Because my supply is to him. My subcontractor supplied to me, whether he is exempted or not, you go and ask him. If you go into a subcontractor, what he can say? I supplied it to contractor of SEZ, not to SEZ. To SEZ it is different from to contractor of SEZ. So, that way it gives abundant clarity, maybe due to several reasons. Some of our fraternity members who are not gone through the details, get a lot of wrong advice. Sometimes it comes to us little painful actually. So, you have a lot of responsibilities. Please learn in detail, because a situation is totally different one in this particular law. See, there had been a situation where one law called as FERA 1973 was there. You already heard, if you have heard already me, these particular matters. In 1973, you don't have a well-settled profession called as company secretary at all. Only by 1980 they brought in a comfortable law, though they had a Section 25 company at that time. They settled down. So, only in 1980 they come into the picture and they start the practice and all, 20 years passes. Then the law is taking a different shape, namely FEMA. Instead of a regulatory act, it is a management act it becomes. There, about 1.5 dozen what you have been doing there in 1973 FAIR Act had your own prominence and importance. Serious practice was there in FEMA. But once FEMA came there, how many of you are doing the practice of that? Here in a small gathering, very small gathering, it's a family-like situation actually. Can you please raise your hand if you are doing service and a detailed professional practice on FEMA? Not just touch. Yeah, detailed practice, a recent practice on FEMA. How many of us are here? See what has happened in 18 years' time? The law in which you have been ruling, your flag was flying high. Today in a big cosmopolitan city, one of the major cities of this country, when a small gathering is there, we are not able to see one person practicing on that law. Gone. When you do have a serious representation for the purpose of VAT audit, it takes about some 5 years time in the state government to make them to believe that chartered accountant can do a best service in VAT. First question they are asking is, auditor will be doing only in respect of income tax, what they do about VAT. Can you do audit in VAT? What do you do? Is a question. We are putting a hard fight and making the state government to believe that this can be possible, which all of evidences, precedents in other states and all, lot of things we are doing. Then slowly the process takes and then it came there. That is about the VAT. Then on bank audit, before 6-7 years, an unqualified, with due respect, unqualified person who doesn't know anything ABC of audit in the Reserve Bank is saying that, what is the use of your bank branch audit? What you will write? Not available, nil, not available in the branch. That's all you will say. Dealt at the zone level, not available here. Refer circle office report. You don't know anything at all, you will not write anything at all. What is the need of your bank audit? There are fire extinguishers. Every 2 years you are spending and then you are keeping it ready. Can you ask that what is the use of this fire extinguisher? Throw it out. Let the fire come, you will understand. That is the way in which it has been interpreted. There is a court, UP Trade Tax Court, Tribunal. There one learned judge, he is telling that chartered accountant should not be allowed. He is not a graduate as per law. He is not a graduate as per law. Graduate. One BA, BCom person also can come there for UP Trade Tax, CA cannot come. BA can come, CA cannot come. Then he was explained that please gentlemen understand that what is this is a profession actually, which is very superior even for PhD degree also it is a base actually. Oh then okay, fine. So this is the way in which other laws have seen that. Now come to the other side. These are all the negative instances, few instances only at all. Come to the nice side of this one. One law is there in 2015. A draft is coming out first. That draft is reading a section. There shall be an audit by a chartered accountant or accountant. It reads, when in fine text of law itself not written, just a bare draft is coming out. At that time officer is writing. The lawmaker himself is not aware that what law he is going to finally give as a fine text of law. What kind of structure it is going to be, what kind of tax administration it is going to be, what kind of volume it is going to be, what kind of complexities it is going to have. He doesn't know. At that time also he is writing, chartered accountant shall do an audit. 18,500 plus programs are conducted throughout India for training their central and state officers. Thousands and thousands of man-hours and videography, literatures, soft and hard copies are given there for training all their officers. Thousands of hours are spent. IRS officers of hundreds of thousands of officers there are there. Several well-trained, experienced 20 years, 15 years officers in VAT and service tax and excise departments are there with them, who are trained there. Even after training that much well-experienced officers and preparing that much months together, government is still believing my officer will not be capable of just bringing out the mistakes what could have been there from the taxpayer's record. It is only the chartered accountant who will be able to do it. He believes. Then it comes a revised draft. 179 mistakes we are finding out and writing to them. They are correcting, responding to our advice, they are writing, correcting everything. Then the revised draft is given there. Then the final bill is coming there, introduced to the parliament. I am just eagerly seeing on the first day, early morning itself, whether there was no change in that particular section, it remains as such. The bill is getting passed, act is passed as such. Here and there, tinkering is done there, it is not touched at all, it remains as such. After law passed it in the 10 months time, 351 notifications have been issued, gentlemen. Not even one notification trying to deteriorate or deviate the version what has been given in respect of audit part, related part. Even today, lawmaker believes that the accountant will be the right person to give me a best audit report. He is a paid accountant by the customer. but he will render justice for the professional ethics what he is having. He will give me the best report than my own officers. Every month I am paying 24/7, they are sitting for me, but I won't believe. The accountant will be giving the best report, though he is being paid by the customer. Now you just think about it. What a kind of respect, love, trust the lawmaker is having towards the profession called accountant's profession, chartered accountancy. In turn, reciprocally, what kind of respect we are giving to the law? How far we are geared up? He is saying that you are next to God. You give me the report, I will believe that. I won't believe the assessee, I won't believe the taxpayer, I won't believe my officer, I won't believe my top officer, low officer, middle officer, trained officer, untrained officer. Nobody will believe. You will. Your report is right. If you say there is a shortage, yes, it's right. If everything is right, if you say mostly it is right. Unless an intelligence specifically received by me, I don't want to go into the details. Yes, enough. Now, what kind of reciprocal respect we can show to the lawmaker who is having that much trust reposed in us? I leave the answer to you. Now coming to this one. It's a duty for us. We have to be best of the best actually. We have to be the masters in GST law because he's billing. More than anything else, sir, I don't want to do this GST and all, sir. If you want to say also, to be a statutory auditor itself, regular statutory auditor under any particular law itself, it is required. If an RCM is, if your RCM liability is there, if you are not identified that one, whether the current liability, what you are having in the financial statement is right, when you don't know that, that is a liability. If some input is there, if it is not provided for, whether it is right. If a wrong credit has been taken there and it is there in the current asset, and if you have left it as such, which is having a material impact, is it right balance sheet? Is it a true and fair view you are able to see? Then how, without the knowledge of GST, you can be a good auditor? Normal statutory auditor, sir, I hate GST. I don't want GST, I don't want to understand GST. Fine, up to you. But at least for a regular GST, regular auditor, forget about GST, regular auditor, regular statutory auditor under income tax, regular statutory under Companies Act, you are in need of GST law, at least basic law. So I am just urging all of you to see that you are rendering justice to the position, respect, status, stature given to you by law of the current days. What is the path, please?
Can I share something?
Please.
Last week,
Sure.
there was a discussion among two members. He's saying that I got for the bank audit to this particular place.
Okay.
And the second day, the branch gave me a call. They gave me the call to visit the temples here. Okay. And this gentleman is saying, my wife was there, my mother-in-law also had come.
Yes.
We all three went for the temple. The second day of the bank. You can imagine the quality we will be rendering.
Very unfortunate. True. No, that's very unfortunate. There are some exceptional members who are not still serious about the respect given to us. As I told you, the same bank audit, I will give from my side one example, sir, because to close this particular part. Unbelievable example I will tell you, but privately I will give you the evidence also if you want. Proof. The communication I will just go. A big nationalized bank of this country, very big nationalized bank of the country. 3 major mistakes, what they are doing in respect of GST. We pointed out after seeing 3 branches of them. And we got the reply from the circle office itself saying that we are very sorry, such a error we have never seen. Can you have a word with your central auditor? What will be the impact of it? Approximately somewhere around 450 crore rupees plus could be the effect of that in their balance sheet. The errors what are common in every place. Immediately the places where we have been there, the circle office's chief manager came and met us and said that this will be corrected in my circle. I will pass on the message to the others also, sir. We will set it right. Seeing the GST complaints is not our job. Incidentally, it is having a crisscrossing relationship with our other part of our work, what we are doing it. So we have been very sincere. That audit was completed only with the emphasis of matter in one branch and one qualification in another branch and a clean report in another branch. That's what we completed. But what I am trying to say is, it is true. I fully agree with you, sir. When we are not serious about the responsibility given to us, as you say, we will not have respect. It's about the professionalism, it's about the ethics basically. Leaving everything, if you are having some other personal wish and other things and all, it's not as professionalism will take a back seat. Not advisable at all. Please.
Actually, I did a due diligence audit. I was asked to do for a nationalized bank. The customer did not respond. He actually treated us very badly. He switched off the AC, he didn't even provide us a hot water. We have made a complaint to the bank. The bank said, give it in writing. That we will not do that. We gave it in writing. And finally they said, we will do it to someone else. So we
be the case, that's all.
He said that don't worry madam, you
Hmm.
do it to someone else.
That's true.
He did it.
Okay, maybe whether AC was on for him or not, I am not sure. But he should have done a good work. We pray. That's all the thing. Understand. Very unfortunate. That's okay. These are all the challenges, ma'am. I fully support you. You stick to your stand. I am very happy to see that stand actually. If you are not cooperating with me with the preliminary amenities, I need to if you are not cooperating, I need to complain. That's good. Really nice. So now we are able to understand that there is a levy of GST on exports certainly. There was a situation like this in the past. Sir, why are you talking about the past? There was a situation. Today what is there? We are coming here to learn what is it. The problem here is in this kind of tax laws, especially in indirect taxes, the client will come to you after some 3 years, 5 years with a notice which is covering 3 years or 5 years. This is what will normally happen. Never they will come that yesterday I did a mistake, today I got a notice, they will not come. Officer will also not issue the notice that way and the client will also not come to you that way. That's always happening there. And the client will also not tell the information well in time properly, in detail. That's a big problem with these people. See, client is a separate creature, sir, unique creature. The creature will be sent by God only to trouble the chartered accountant in practice. The one what he should tell to you, he will not tell at all. The one he should not tell to the officer, certainly he will tell. That too possibly in writing also, if wherever possible. Having said everything and spoiled the case, he will come to you. Sir, I don't know anything, you have to do something. I don't know anything, you don't know anything, that I know. When you know that you don't know, you just come to me in time. Why are you doing something wrongly and then coming to me? So that is a problem. Now coming back to this one, in your practice, you will always see the queries of 5 years, 4 years, that are. So you need to know that what was there, then we should learn this. Quickly to understand, exports can be with a letter of undertaking or without a letter of undertaking, you pay the tax and close. Possible. Either of this you can do. Sir, if so-called letter of undertaking, if I can give, what is the formality, tell me. I will do it. Why you should pay the tax? Why should I pay the tax? And I should go for a refund or something, you will tell. Why you should do it? There are certain reasons. If time permits, will listen. There are certain reasons to pay and adjust the ITC and then proceed. There are some cases where I need not take credit also, I need not come for a refund after paying the tax also. Either of this is okay. But earlier, there had been a lot of conditions. In the month of, earlier means what I am saying is 6th July 2017 to maybe November 2017, a lot of conditions have been there. Sir, come again. Did you tell that 6th July or 1st July? No, I am repeating the sentence. From 6th July 2017 to November 2017, lot of conditions are there. Sir, please tell clearly 6th July or 1st July. No, from 6th July. No, something is wrong. Nothing is wrong. From 1/7/2017 to 6/7/2017, government itself was not aware that what is the procedure to be prescribed for the purpose of exports. How to do? They don't have any notification. None of the officers in India don't know what form is there, what bank guarantee should be given there, what kind of, there's nothing there. They don't know that. Everybody exported whatever they can do. That's all. Yes, you should. Then only these provisions are all brought in. First they told, give me a bank guarantee, or you were having a track of export, 1 crore rupees foreign exchange have you brought in the previous year. All questions they asked. Later one by one we out, a lot of problems have been there. Refund got blocked for all the exporters. They were very unhappy. Then they simplified the procedure. Now what is the procedure? What is the requirement available? No kind of bank guarantee, no kind of bond system. You are having only just having two systems. Take LUT or letter of undertaking, LOU, whatever. Letter of undertaking, don't pay any tax to government, export your service, export your goods. No problem. You should have readily in your hand the LOU or LOA copy, then you can proceed. Or pay IGST 18% or IGST whatever related to that one. Take the refund of that one subsequently by online application. Now, this is the situation which was there, I already told you. Having said that one, what is the format of letter of undertaking? What will be the time required for this? What kind of formality should be followed and all? Is there any procedure for this in detail? How I have to plan for this? Whether letter of undertaking will be requiring a long time discussion with the officer? Should I give a lot of it? Nothing, really nothing. Take one cup of jagi. I cannot say the commercial name. That noodle jagi can be put inside the cooking vessel. They make an advertisement that in 2 minutes you can make. You keep that also. Take your laptop, connect it properly with the internet. Start applying for letter of undertaking. Let it also get cooked. You also do. You try to see this in practice, before the Yagi noodle is ready, your LUT will be ready. That's all. Maximum 80 seconds, 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's all. You can upload. You will get the LUT.
Prescribed format, sir?
Sorry, sir. All formats are online, sir. Very simple. That's what I'm saying. I'm not simplifying at all. It is really simple. I'm not simplifying. It is really simple. I just showed you also. What is required there for you is this. You can just see, have a look on the screen actually. When you are logging inside your screen, you will be having the services. Under the services, you can go for user services where it will be talking about the format of LUT. You can just click. That's all. Just click, click, click. Maybe first 10 seconds to open this and click it. So, once you are going inside, it will be leading to pre-filled items already. These are all pre-filled. You can just get inside. The blocked items are going to be pre-filled items. The blue color band, what you are seeing, you need not type. On its own it will come. It's already registered.
What is the website?
No, gst.gov.in. The same, nothing, no change. Same website. So if you go inside, user says, user supply and LUT, click, on its own it will come. Incidentally, in 1718, if you have got any manual form of LUT, the scanned copy need to be attached. No sir, first in 1819 only I am playing. Happy. That also you are not going to apply. That also you are not going to attach. You are just going to click, that's it. If you are clicking it, another maybe some 30-40 seconds to read what is there. Nothing. It says to the President of India that I will certainly export the goods and services properly outside India as per the provisions of the GST Act. I will ensure that the foreign exchange is coming to India certainly as it is prescribed by the law. If I am not able to get the above mentioned two rightly as per the provisions of law, I am indemnifying you, Mr. President, from any kind of liability. I will pay you. You don't worry. Leave me to export the goods or services without payment of tax. This is what the version it is. To witness address you have to type. If at all a clerical work which will be requiring few seconds for you to manually do something, it's only typing the witness address. Nothing more than that. Mr. X, so and so number, so and so street, so and so place, pin code. Another Mr. Y. That's all clearly you are going to do. Having typed that one, you can just move to that one. This screen will be coming there. What is the screen? This is the acknowledgement. As I told you, maximums 70th second or 80th second you will see this. In that you will be having the data filing, the time of filing, everything will be there, and your details and all will be there. It will be reading nicely. It is the acknowledgement for this one. Sir, you told that you will get the letter of undertaking itself completely. In 1 hour to 1 minute and 20 seconds itself you will get it. You don't bother about it. It's a very easy process. Don't miss it. If you are missing it, you will be having a lot of problems here. But you are just showing only acknowledgement. If you are just showing the acknowledgement, with that what I can do? But this is not merely acknowledgement. This is what LUT itself. That's all. That's all. Really. That's what I already told. The house are this much easy, this cannot be there. A government system cannot be this much easy. I cannot believe it. We are not used to this. What to do? That is what they have made us actually. You please believe. That's all required. Nothing more is required. This is the letter of undertaking. What you are getting as generated one, because a lot of doubts have been there. Really is this one? I am not able to believe. Really is this the LUT? Then they have to come back with a circular and say that please believe. Mother promise, this is the LUT. Then you believe, okay, that much is come down here, okay, we will believe it. Okay. So that is what has happened there. Okay, so this is the letter of undertaking which is mandatorily supposed to be in your hand. With that you can proceed. Sir, I have not collected the letter of undertaking at all, but I have done already export of services, export of goods and all. What to do? Strictly speaking, you have to pay the tax, collect the refund. That's what the available route. There are some provisions which have been told to the lawmakers that, from the lawmakers that, please don't strictly go by that. If somebody is coming with a genuine reason, what is the genuine reason they have not told? If somebody is coming with a genuine reason, consider the retrospective effect of the LUT also. But now 10 months gone, now what reason you can tell that past 10 months you are not, ignorance is not a right reason at all. Ignorance of law is not at all a good excuse at all. What reason you can say? They are also not explained. So, normal practical route is if you have failed to collect a LUT but have done export of service or export of goods, better you pay the IGST, take the refund of it. The refunds are reasonably available there. You can just quickly have a look. Yes, refund related separate session is there. We need not discuss in detail about that. A broader sketch which are having a overlapping impact, overlapping aspects with the export alone, we will just check it out.
Or we can adjust the input also, sir?
Yeah. For export related liabilities, you can just make use of it. That's not a problem at all. That is the reason why people who are paying is opting that actually. But there are all possible. I'm just going to explain why ITC will also not be there. I will explain. That also we are going to see. Then you will be definitely believing and preferring only the LUT. Then there is merchandise export from India scheme script. What is that script first of all? This is something like your credit note. If somebody is giving a credit note, what is the meaning of it? He has given a credit in his books to you. That is why he is issuing credit note to you. If the government is believing that you are bringing a lot of foreign exchange to India and doing a good service to India, they want to give a credit to you. What kind of credit is? That is what credit script. If you are an exporter, MEIS, that is merchandise export from India, scheme script will be given to you. What kind of script it is? Depending upon your turnover and the product, for each product, about some 800 products have been classified. Some 2%, 3%, even 5% also is possible there as a script value. That will be reading the duty amount in that. The paper will be reading, which is issued by the Director General of Foreign Trade on application made by you electronically, will be reading that this much credit is there. For example, you did a turnover of 1 crore rupees in X product. For that industry, for that product, the MES, DFT related matter is reading that you will be entitled for 2% script. So that means that for 1 crore rupees of export for which foreign exchange received by you and proved by you with the banker's inward remittance certificate or BRC, that you have got the money inside. So if that's the case, 2 lakh rupees will be the script value for which you will be entitled for on application. Nice. Sir, you only told that if I am taking letter of undertaking, I need not pay the tax at all. Now you only saying that DGST will be giving me the script. With that sheet of paper, what I am going to do if I am not going to pay? See, let me take up practically one person who is only an exporter. If at least having a domestic turnover, if at least having the domestic turnover related tax, that's okay. Out and out export, no domestic. We hate India, only outside India. All foreigners, all foreign customers, happy customers. We don't want to. Such an extraordinary quality we are having, such a company we are. In that company with your script, what I am going to do, even if I am making an application?
You can sell that script.
The purpose of that one is, if you want, you use it. They are encouraging you. As an exporter, you have done a good job. There may be some, even though a lot of arrangements are there may be slightly hidden cost of the tax. So many things are there. There are certain cases where you cannot take credit. So there are some possibility of hidden tax cost. So they are trying to give an incentive to you by the form of this. If you are not able to use it, happy. If you are not able to use, you can sell it. I can sell to whom, sir? Sell to somebody who is ready to pay that duty using this one. Okay. I got for 2 lakh rupees. I will sell to somebody for 2 lakh rupees. Instead of he paying to me, rather he can directly go into the GST website and pay. Why you should come and pay?
I will sell at 190.
But you will not sell at 2 lakh rupees. Naturally, that is logicless, right? If you are selling for the same 2 lakh rupees, you will come. He can directly pay to the GST government and get the TSC channel. No, that's not a problem at all. But what's the arrangement is, you can sell it as, let me say, 1,98,000 rupees. The 2 lakh worth the MES script. Why I should sell for 1,98,000? Sir, 1,98,000 itself is a good bonus to you. You did not do anything at all. Happily enjoy that 198. If not, it will be a script only which is having a validity time generally between 6 months to 2 years time only. So you sell it. You got 1,98,000 rupees. Sir, why you should buy for 1,98,000? Naturally, if he has paid there directly, he would have paid 2 lakh rupees. If he is buying from you, he is just buying for 1,98,000 rupees, but using it as 2 lakh rupees script. Right? So both of you, win-win situation, both of you are enjoying it. Fine. Now,
Whether, sir, if we get this script, we can apply for the refund.
Which one, sir?
This
See, the condition will be clearly mentioned, sir. See, 2 benefits will not always be available to you in same time, actually, double benefit. What are all the benefits relating to GST law? If you are gaining anything, drawback of GST, drawback of excise, if you are gaining, you will not get the refund. Whereas, the central law related matter, you will always be there. The MS script will be itself will be saying that if you are not claiming refund only, you will be giving this. 90% of the time they are giving that way. There are few industries, we will discuss in detail if time. There are some industries because it's product based actually, because they have a lot of statistics with them actually. The product based information is available there, they are allowing it. By and large in our locality, you will be seeing MS script which will be preventing that. If you are using this, don't go for a refund. Their purpose will be defeated, no, it will not be there. Same is the case in the, what I discussed is in the export of goods. Same is the case of exporter of services also. He is just going to use service export from India, scheme script, SEIs. Same situation, same kind. So there are some same kind of provisions where it is reading that it can be there. So what we need to look into this particular matter is the scripts and services related matter and all will be little time taking work actually. You need to take some time to go and present the matters and all. One or two times if you are able to establish your credibility and genuineness with the DGFT, over time then it will get settled and easily you can start doing it. In the initial stage they used to verify in detail. That's natural actually. Who are you, what are you doing, what is it doing, really whether you got the BRC or not, whether it is your name, if you are saying some exporter, what is that one, whether money is, they will have a look on that. That's true. But beyond that, after a time of 1 year or something like that, when you are going for the next scripts and all subsequently, the file will move very quickly. Not a problem at all. Having said that one, sir, you are able to understand that you are trying to give some kind of solace to us that you don't worry about this, you will be definitely getting it. I have a doubt, sir. Whatever you have talked about is only about the exporter. When I told that, sir, as an exporter, should I pay tax? You said that, yes, you have to generally pay, but letter of undertaking is there? Yeah, is there. Then you need not pay. Oh, nice. Sir, having the letter of undertaking, why I should try to go for any kind of payment of tax? Yeah, you need not pay for tax. What about the script given by government? You can sell at a lower price and you can try to see that you are getting. Oh, very nice, that's okay. But sir, I still have a doubt actually. As an exporter, I need not pay tax to the government when I am exporting. Yes, thanks to LOE. But as an exporter, when the goods are supplied to me or the services are supplied to me, I am paying. That is blocking my working capital. Should not there be an arrangement to prevent ab initio the payment of tax by me to my supplier? It will be very easy. Why I should pay to him and why you should pay to me as a refund? I have to be after you, the government. You need not make me to pay to somebody. I need not come to you for refund. Happy. Why should not there be an arrangement? Yes. You read notification number 40/2017, notification number 41/2017, both CT rates actually, where the substance is only, sum and substance is only this. In case of supply of goods, please note, goods, I am not talking about services, goods, there is an arrangement whereby 0.05% of CGST, 0.05% of SGST is enough when you are purchasing the goods, which are to be exported straight. Whereas and in case of IGST, 0.1%. That's all.
Is it applicable to all the
goods? Goods, all exports.
Merchant exporter or
all exporters.
purchasing the goods?
Yeah. Two notifications are there.
Manufacturing it.
One for finished goods, sir, 40/2017. Two for input, sir, which is 41/2017. Both are there. Okay. The guy who is purchasing material, one provision. That is also there. Same rate, same things.
Now suppose I am purchasing gold from the bank, then I am converting into.
That's what, sir. That means that you are purchasing input. For that 41/2017 is supporting.
For that I have to give any documents to the bank.
Yes. A lot of documents. 9 conditions are there. Strictly you have to follow that actually. Then only you will be able to do it. The substance of all these 9 conditions, what they are telling is nothing but whether within the given time the goods will be definitely sent out of India. It should be. It has to happen. Whether the goods are identifiable when they are exported. You send some goods, as such it is so nice. You send some goods identifiably what kind of evidence as they are accepting their prescriptions. You can set it. So whether the bill of lading is available for the reference by the government, because you say that goods went outside India, he exported, I supported. When the supporter is queried, he only should respond. So the supporter should have the exporter's evidence in his hand, the bill of lading evidence. So by and large, the provisions what they are telling here will be giving an indication only one thing. Genuine exporter will have a best support definitely. The supporting supplier to the exporter will be benefited as long as exporter is a good exporter. The hanky-panky guys who are not having records, these, that and all, very lazy, lethargic in maintenance of record, they cannot do anything in this life. During the process, when you are having a look on that conditions, you will be able to understand that whether you will be doing it. That one easy. So these are all about the exports. What is the meaning of that? Deemed export.
So what type of understand will be there between supply and exporter that he has to pay 0.1%?
Yeah, of course. See,
the bill of lading is enough.
No, the 9 conditions if you read, not only bill of lading actually, it will be clearly reading that what is the purchase order. Purchase order should say, because I am an export sir, you don't know me. Actually you know, then only you can have the deal like this. So I am an exporter, sir. You are coming to support me. You say that, sir, under 40/2017 I will be selling to you, you will be selling to the foreigner, right? Ah, yes, I am doing. What kind of evidence I have to give? First I have to give you a purchase order wherein I will be clearly mentioning that within so much days I am going to export. I am going to say, please supply me, I will supply to the vendor, foreign vendor. Then in turn, whether I told that I am going to do, whether I did or not, how you will know? So I have to collect the evidence relating to shipping bill of lading, the document relating to the transportation, and then I need to see that it's coming to you, and I need to have an assurance that I just exported and done the foreign exchange related matter also for your safety. Or else you will be in trouble. That is why I already told you, I should be a very good exporter with proper records. You should be a very good supplier to the exporter with very good records. We have to have a relationship in such a way that harmoniously the record passing should be there. If not, my mistake will affect you. So with that care, we can definitely do it.
So, but the concessional ITC is not available to everyone.
Hmm.
The suppliers, the product which my supplier is supplying to me,
Yeah.
directly go to the contract warehouse or to the port.
Yeah.
If I am going to make any modification on that,
Yeah.
even if I am going to be 100% export, it is not available to me.
41/2017 you take care. Not this one actually. 41/2000. Conditions are a little stringent, but you have to follow. What to do? See, you get such a big benefit, sir. You have to follow what to do. There are some industries which will not workable for it. The CM norms will not be matching. Standard input output norms will not be matching to that. But there, you take the input and you send the output. That's how you can plan. There are major industries, most of the industries wherein you can work for somebody, still you can prove that the goods given to you have really gone out in the physical form. You can prove. So that way you have to plan. So coming to this one, what is the meaning of the deemed export? That is one section 147 of central GST. This provision is giving the permission to the government to notify the deemed exports. There are only 4 type of supplies notified hitherto. Supply of goods by the registered person against the advance authorization. Supply of capital goods by a registered person against the export promotion capital goods scheme. What is it first of all? Advance authorization. What authorization it is? EPCG authorization. What authorization it is? See, imagine a situation. If you first understand the meaning and the environment, then you will remember these terms and all easy. For reality you understand. See, in the given example what I was telling is, if the exporter is exporting, the government is happily supporting with MES script. If the exporter is exporting service, the government is supporting with SES script. Why they are supporting with this kind of incentive? You are bringing in foreign exchange, you are saving the foreign exchange. Right? As an exporter, why you are getting incentives, sir? You are bringing in foreign exchange, you are saving the foreign exchange, and stability of the country is ensured because of your service, your goods sent out, right? Now, to do that process, first I should do what? As an exporter of goods or exporter of services, I should consume some services, I should consume some goods. Is it not? Is it not, sir? Are you agreeing with me? If I am trying to buy my inputs from foreign country, convert them to the exportable goods and export, first what I am doing, I am importing the goods. Next what I am doing, then I am exporting the goods after process. When I am importing the goods, am I not sending the foreign exchange up? Am I not sending the foreign exchange? So, the intention of government to see that exporter is supported as he is bringing inside the foreign exchange. Incidentally, in the first round, what he is doing, he is sending the foreign exchange out first, then only bringing the foreign exchange in. Now, what to do for this one? If I am able to purchase from somebody who is there here itself, in domestic area, I will be saving the foreign exchange to the government, right? So, how to see that the export quality import can happen there within the domestic area is the question. Now the government is saying that there is one scheme called as advance authorization. What is the meaning of advance authorization? If a licensed product is given to be 4,800 kilograms of X quality rubber can be imported by me. I am a tire manufacturer, for example. 4,800 metric tons of tire I want. I can import. Buying the raw rubber, I can convert into a good tire and sell it. But when I am buying it, you know very well I am going to spend. Already I told to the government, Mr. Government, Ms. Government, you please understand, I am going to buy by spending the foreign exchange. I have already got the clearances. So, if I have got the clearance and got this goods, if I am trying to buy from a foreigner, what will be happening to me? If I am buying from a foreigner, foreign exchange goes out, goods comes inside. Instead, if I am making an arrangement, please supply as a GST registered person against the advance authorization. Please supply the goods, advance authorization. I need not pay to the foreigner, rather I will pay to my Indian brother the money. I will see that money is not going outside India. By this, what I am proving? See, advance authorization is happening there only to see that goods are purchased. Instead, if I am purchasing from this person, I am very happy. Goods are inside it. Sir, this is about the material what you purchase. What about the capital goods? You have to buy a big machinery, use it, produce the goods, send the goods outside India. But you have to use a big machinery, I told you, no. That big machinery itself is coming from China. 10 crore rupees worth material, machinery you purchased, spending foreign exchange, then you manufacture slowly, for 5 years you are earning that money including this 10 crore rupees and you are bringing the foreign exchange. But first, 10 crore rupees outward. What is the use of this? Will be a question. But for that person also, if you are supplying the capital goods by a registered person against the EPCG scheme, EPCG appreciation, what is one plan? You can try to see that if you are trying to buy a goods from, let me say, from the Chinese, rather you buy from the GST registered person here. The so-called GST registered person will not levy any kind of tax because he will say that I have done a deemed export to the EPCG holder. I have done a deemed export to the authorization holder, advance authorization holder. Advance authorization is relating to raw material purchase. EPCG is relating to capital goods purchase from the foreign. Where going out, I am supplying to you, he says. So an Indian GST holder, GST supplier is supporting the capital goods importer who need not go to foreign, rather buy here itself. No GST. Similarly, an advance authorization guy who is readily waiting with the authorization to buy huge material from Australia, Canada or America can buy from a GST supplier. The GST supplier will not levy any GST because he is a deemed exporter. So he will not levy anything. So that way what happens is, your foreign exchange is not going out inside India, Indian brothers are dealing with them. Otherwise what would have been done? The EPCG holder would have purchased, imported the capital goods. Otherwise what would have happened? The advance authorization holder, the Indian, would have imported. Rather, this is happening very easily. If you are supplying to an export-oriented unit which is having a green card, maybe incidentally few domestic transaction also can be there in export-oriented. 100% export-oriented can also be there, literally. There can be some permitted. Last year FOB 50% is allowed to be a DDS turnover in the current year for EOUs. So that is also EOU, export-oriented unit only. If you are supplying to an export-oriented unit, you will be definitely ensuring that you are an exporter. All the export-related benefit is useful for you. I am supplying to you a foreigner, then you are exporter. I am supplying to SEZ, you are an exporter. I am supplying to authorization, advance authorization holder, you are exporter. I am supplying to EPCG authorization holder, you are an exporter. I am supplying to an EOU, export-oriented unit in India, in Tamil Nadu, a non-SEZ zone, EOU, yes, you are an exporter. Maybe another thing is also that is not that much famous. The banks and public sector units are having the kind of goals, then you are purchasing it, that advance authorization they will be having it. To them if you supply also, that is coming there. So 48/2017 is the notification which has given this one. So now we have seen what is the meaning of export of service, export of goods. Then we have seen what is the meaning of zero rated supply. Then we have seen that how to see that LOU is saving lot of money by ensuring that you are not paying unnecessarily for every export. Then we discussed about that is okay, I will not pay outward export, but for every purchase I have to pay as an exporter. No, that also you need not pay if you are having, as far as goods are concerned, 40/2041. That is also fine. If I am supplying to authorization holder, what will be the benefit? Yes, you are an exporter. To EOU, you are an exporter. To EPCG holder, you are an exporter. To public sector, which is in the scheme of this advance authorization, you are an exporter. So all the export related benefit including the refund is possible. Even after doing all these things and all, in an unavoidable situation, I have some suppliers to me as an exporter, I am buying from them, I have incurred GST, I have accumulated GST ITC. The accumulated GST ITC will be allowed to me as refund or not. Certainly will be refunded. As an exporter, you have got all right to claim the refunds. Under Rule 96A, the provisions are reading very clearly that in the following situations, what you are able to see in the screen, Refunds are our focus is not about the refund in this discussion. The next session will be having the refund related. Our focus is on one particular point. As an exporter of goods or services, certainly you are eligible for refund. As an exporter to SEZ, yes, you are eligible for refund. Formula is already given there, you can do it. I am a deemed exporter for this purpose within the meaning of notification number 48/2017 central tax. Yes, non-tariff notification is allowing you to claim the refund. You can definitely claim the refund. All these cases will be giving the refund. Detailed session will be there on refund later. Our focus is on about this particular point actually. So if that is the case, as an exporter, refunds are allowable to you is very, very clear. You can make application in RFD01 capital A form, which is an online form. There are several reasons which are menu driven. You can click the reason and then get inside the refund query. You can for it. And it will be auto-populated refund actually for ITCs, whatever you are claiming that. You should have filed your return right.
But sir, it should be monthly return or?
Not necessary, sir. Monthly is available. Beyond a month also, you can club together 3 months also.
But it is not accepting the ITC.
Temporary matter, sir. It is actually, they are attending to that one. In the GST Council itself, they have discussed this problem. We have brought to their knowledge. It's only a temporary issue. And circular has been given there by 25th January 2018 by them on their own saying that, and trade notices from 73 commissionerates have been pasted in the commissionerate itself saying this matter that there is a practical issue. You can just go to the reality actually. You have an export in the month of say May 2018. When you try to punch this RFD1A, incidentally in May 2018 if you are having ITC, automatically refund will come. Yes. That is normal. But please think a real life situation. You have to buy first, take credit in that month. Then manufacturer do something and export next. So your purchase will be more, say in the month of April, incidentally you will not have export at all. In the month of May, using the purchases of April, you would have got the goods exported happily, shipment would have been done by you, but in the month of May, if you are punching it, no ITC. Machine will not understand in the first month, April 2018, if you are punching, that will not appear at all, because you are not punched it. In the month of May, if you are punching, it will try to make it to pull out, but you don't have any data in the month of May, as ITC. So neither of this month is going to pull out. That is the problem what has been fixed. So what they have told is, they have made an arrangement that April and May together, if you are mentioning the period and get inside, you will be able to do it. It is not at all mandated that every month you need to file the refund request. You can club together and see that from that period to this period, the period band is given there. If you take it up, all ITC will be auto-populated and brought inside. It will be claimed by you as a refund. That is a Some minor problems are there in the past 6-7 months. Once they have introduced this one, it will all get settled. Over time, it will get cleared. So you will certainly be eligible for a refund. This is only a practical problem because of the software. See, the software people's knowledge cannot be, what I can say, tuned well as per the lawmaker's knowledge. They think in their own, they are technically right, but you cannot make them to understand the law. It was a helicopter which was caught in a big storm, maybe a sandstorm or something like that, maybe in somewhere, very big storm. The pilot is a very experienced person with a 2-decade experience. Co-pilot is a relatively youngster. He is very much shaky and very much panic. Sir, Mr. Pilot, we are ruined today. That's all. It is very big thing actually. We are not going to escape out of this hurricane it appears. No, we will try it. So let me just first understand, because he is not able to see anything in the ground. Whether it is ground or sea, nothing is able to be seen, only dust. So he sent one electronic SOS. Let us see that whether anybody is receiving the message, let us understand it. We will understand, then we can plan it. Where are we? They send a message. This is a message. In few seconds in the screen, the message came there. You are inside your helicopter. That is the message. Immediately the pilot told that, excellent. We are just above some software companies building only. We can slowly try to manage and get down in the terrace of that company. We will be safe. There is definitely one software company. Software company will normally be bigger one, and a big terrace will also be there. We'll get down into. Somehow he managed to see that the helicopter is landing there, and he landed also successfully. Then he come down and the co-pilot just congratulations, oh excellent sir, it is sir, than any other technical matter how you landed, because I am also trained on that. That is okay. One thing I want to know, Mr. Pilot, how you decided without seeing anything that there is definitely one software company beneath you and you are able to land at the terrace. Please explain. It's very simple. Whenever you are receiving a reply which is technically right and practically useless, That will be definitely software related. Technically right. Where are we? You are inside your helicopter. What to do? Technically right. But practically this is the purpose for which he is asking. So that is how the software guys are not able to understand the law and requirement of law and the user, and they do something in their own style of understanding. So it takes little time actually. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. Lot of sufferings are had by the taxpayers, but over time it will get settled.
It's the other way also. we are not being able to communicate our requirements.
To some extent, sir. To some extent. Yes, it is that. It is. The person who is supposed to tell should tell properly, or he should gather the information and rightly pass on. At least that should be there. So, there are some issues where you are always, some famous issues only for the next 3 minutes we will discuss. And close our discussion subject to question and answer. Why I am not able to get my refund? I did export. I filed my returns. Whatever returns you are saying, first you said 1, 2, 3. Then you said that no 1, 2, 3, only 3B. Then you told the 3B and 1. Then now you are saying that 2, 3 later I will tell. Anyway, whatever you are telling I am doing. Fine. Today having done all these things, I am not able to get my refund. Why? I want to know. Is the question actually. See, there can be several reasons. If you are supplying to SEZ, please check their status basically. In B2B, when you are punching, it will be reading as a error-free return. You will be able to file, maybe offline tool or online tool. But when you try to do under the export, 6A if you go to and type this SEZ matter in 6B, it will not punch and it will throw an error message. Why? Problem is not with you, or problem is not with the software or the website. The problem is with the status of the SEZ himself. The SEZ during the time of migration has failed to see that he is ensuring the status converted into SEZ recipient, rather he is mentioned as regular SSE. That's a problem. At that time they were not aware. 90% of the SEZs have made this mistake. I can say 90, very few I can say, because that much errors I am able to see in a practical set of samples if they are representative samples to me. So, what is the thing to be done by them? Yes, a separate mail ID has been set SEZ flag.nic.in, there is one separate mail ID given there. If you open the GST website itself, the last 4th message in the left corner will be reading that only. If you click it, a separate portal is working for them. If you send the complaint along with the green card given by the Development Commissioner of SEZ, the status will be changed in the server by them. Authorized people are there, they are sitting only for changing this. So your problem will be solved, because from Tamil Nadu 33 PAN number 1 is at E to Tamil Nadu 33 PAN number 1 is at E of the SEZ if you punch, the system will throw a message that how you can sell in an interstate transaction with 33 to 33. Not possible. If you are in Kerala, 32 PAN number 1 is at K, your number. In the same Kerala, there is one SEZ. E is also 32 PAN number, some number. If you say, for example, how it will go? The machine is saying that from your own state to your own state, how interstate transaction will be there. Intrastate transaction only can be there. You are wrongly punching. You cannot do anything at all. So in that case, this is the only error what is there. If you are setting it right, machine is able to understand that 33 PAN number 1 is a T of Mr. X is right. 33 PAN number 1 is a G of SEZ is also right. It is an interstate transaction. Machine is able to understand. Then only it moves. Secondly, the famous set of 2-3 errors are, when you are filing your table 6A, please ensure that your shipping bill date, port code and all are little resembling. Kakinada port code and Calicut port code may be resembling together. It's an alphanumeric 6-digit number. If you are typing slightly in a different transposition, then it's gone. Customs has recorded already where from what you are exporting very clearly. It is readily available. If you are exactly punching the data, if it is matching, automatically refund will be thrown out. That's clean. If mild difference is there, it says that it's a category separately there, manually later will be done. If manually to be done, we don't know. During the man's lifetime it will be done or not, I don't know. That's what it will be, naturally. So, if you are punching the date also, that is a different format. YYYY is the format. What's happening there unfortunately is you are putting in Volta and saying that MMDDD, why DDD? MMDDD, YYY. If you are punching it, it is not matching at all. So please read that very carefully. Punch the shipping bill, punch the port code, punch the shipping bill date and references properly, number and date properly. You will certainly be able to see that. In para 6A, export related detail you are supposed to punch in GSTR 1 of the month. In para 6b, SEZ related detail you have to punch in that one. But this need to match to the total what you have punched in the relevant GSTR 3b para 31b. I repeat again. You are punching export related details in table 6a in GSTR 1. In GSTR 1, SEZ related detail in para 6b you are punching. If you are properly typing the data, it should exactly match to the data mentioned in para 31b. By mistake, if you have entered the data in 31c or 31a of GSTR 3b, even if the guard comes down, it will not match. It will not match. Machine is not able to understand what to do. So that is the reason why you are not able to get the refunds normally. The solution will be, as I told you, correcting something what has been done wrongly in GSTR 1 is easy. What you are wrongly typed in 6A or what you are wrongly typed in 6B can be corrected by you in the subsequent month by using the table 9A of GSTR 1. But what you have punched in 3B is quite difficult at present actually. There are some manual intervention required there, you have to discuss with them. But the 3B correction is also possible. Whatever things have been done wrongly, omission, commission, can be corrected in the subsequent 3B. Sir, I did some mistake in September 2017, sir. Can I correct in March 2018 3B? Yes. Yes, you can correct. Only thing is, a human being who is sitting before you can be explained and you can show these numbers and all. Manually the process can be carried out with so much of records, guarantees, so many things. But machine cannot understand. 31B of September 2017, 1 crore 85 lakh rupees. Come to para number 6A, 1 crore. Come to para number 6B of GSTR, 85 lakh rupees. 1 plus 0.85, 1.85 crore rupees export turnover as per GSTR 1 of the month. 1.85 crore rupees in para 31B of GSTR 3B, 1.85 crore. 1.85, 1.85 matching, clear, finished. Otherwise, you are finished. That's all will happen, right? So these are all the reasons which may be the reason with payment, without payment, clearly the options are reading. Only thing is little resembling. WPAY, WOPAY, they are mentioning. If you are, there's a menu driven. If you are clicking by urgency, if you are clicking something else, you pay the tax, but you say that without payment of tax. You don't pay the tax using LUT, but you say that WPay. Then machine get confused. It is not processing anything at all. Then you need to go to the office, sorry sir, this sir, that sir, all go to take. That's a problem. Having discussed all these things and all, I am an UOU sir. I am a SEZ unit sir. Whatever you talked about exporters are all for these poor domestic transfer tariff area persons, I think. What about me? What are all provisions separately for EOU? What are all the provisions separately for SEZ? I am an exporter. You are exporter, right? You are after all exporter. Whatever applicable to them, for applicable for you also. For me also EOU. Yes, for you also applicable. For me also 40/11, 42, yes, for you also. For me also deemed export, for you also deemed export. Everything is same. Just because you are EOU, SEZ, there is no separate set of provisions for you. Everything what we have been discussing for all others will be applicable for these people also. Now, relating to these points, another 6 minutes maximum, that is maximum, we can discuss. If there is any question, feel free to discuss. I think I already clarified then and there, but still if any question is left out without my knowledge, if I missed out, you may please bring to my knowledge. Now we will go back to the famous one-liner actually. Then we can close this matter. What is the importance of this? I just told, maybe in the flow of our discussion you would have missed to note. Now are you able to see this and can you solve this? What we discussed in the initial stage of our discussion. I told a definition and I told that there is some kind of importance for this. Any idea? When it says this way, it means that number one, from India, it should go to a place outside India. That's what it is trying to say. Taken out of India means origin is India. To a place outside India means destination is outside India. Sir, export means from here to there only. No. Let me say I am placing an order on German, one company. Asking him to supply at Paris, France. Is it an export? Is this an export? Strictly by seeing this meaning, you will be able to happily and comfortably say that, sir, you should take out of India to a place outside India. You took from German, you sent to that to Paris, so it will not be an export. What is the seriousness of very big matter is that third party export had been a long time concept for a long time actually. It's totally having a different meaning now. Section 75A, if you are going to the IGST Act, you will be able to get the more insight in this regard. An exporter may be here. If to claim himself as an exporter, the goods should go from India. If it is going from foreign to foreign, you are still not going to claim yourself as an exporter. You will get a foreign exchange, no doubt about it. When you are changing it, the French person will be sending in franc or dollars to you, it is right. But whether your goods went out of India, your money comes from foreign place to India, whether your goods from India to foreign place went is a question, it is not there. Such a serious issue, very simply we are introducing just three words. It's a query of some 3-4 decades, different interpretation, these, that, all things, favorably, unfavorably, everything done. But now it is very clear, very, very clear. Just by adding 3 words, they simply finish this matter saying that you are not an exporter because goods are not going out of India. If you are exporting out of India, let it go out of India from India place outside India. That's all. So always this is my belief. As if before some 1.5 hours when I started my discussion, your comfort level about the subject and the knowledge level was somewhere. Just because hearing to me for the 70 to 75 minutes, slightly half a inch it has gone upward, and yet the entire credit is only because my lecture only, or I am only deserving that one. These are all my belief. Nobody told me, any presumption. So on my own I used to be, we have done a good service, we have spent our time for our professional brothers, so it is useful for them. Is a belief actually. So believing that way very optimistically, just taking leave from you. So nice of you. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Sir, for exporter of service,
sir,
if you want to export without payment of
yes,
this IGST, you require LUT, or you pay with IGST. Suppose I have a turnover of 15 lakhs and I don't have a registration also, and I want to export it?
No, sir. To be an exporter under IGST, you want to have a registration advisory for one simple reason, then only you can claim the refund.
No, I don't have any input also.
If you are not having input at all, if you are not having this also, being an IGST person, goods you cannot export. Because
no, I don't have goods, I am service.
No, that is not. Because up to 20 lakh rupees they have already given a notification. But being an exporter, it is highly advisable because several benefits are going to come to you. Please don't take the chance actually. Please export to SEZ also. Please export to foreigner also. Only with registration, it's going to pay you a lot actually. It's very useful actually. A lot of schemes are there, including ranking. Will be helpful. So, thank you. Yeah. 1 year only they are giving the in practice act. Where it is mentioned in law, sir, LUT can be issued for 1 year. Now I have mentioned. But practice is from one day of naturally the beginning, they will be the beginning of the year till the end of the particular financial year. 1 year only they give. It's mentioned there also. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your price time with us. It was an excellent presentation. Now, with the permission from all of you, may I call upon Mr. Ganesh to offer a memento as a symbol of love and appreciation on behalf of SIRC of ICAI to our admirable lecturer. Good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of SIRC of ICAI, it's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our great speaker, Mr. Sriram. So can we have your presence please on the stage, please, sir?
Yes.
On behalf of SIRC of ICAI, it's my honor to take you through Mr. Sriram's profile briefly. Mr. Sriram is a chartered accountant and a cost accountant by profession. He has secured All India 36th rank in ICAI final examination held in June 2010. He has got graduated from Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda College, Chennai in the year 2007. He did a CA articleship under Mrs. Srivatsan V. Associates, Chartered Accountants, Chennai. He worked as a manager, taxation in Mafoy Ramsden Group, which is world's second largest HR company between 2010 and 2012. He worked as an audit manager in Srivatsan V. Associates, Chennai for 4 years, from 2012 to 2016. He presently practicing in CA in Kumbakonam in one office called Sriram G & Co, specializing in the areas of statutory audit, direct and indirect taxes and tax representation. So with this, I request Mr. Sriram to take over. Thank you all.
Very good afternoon, friends. I hope you had a good lunch. So that's okay. You hope you had lunch. Good or bad, you decide. I just pray that it should be good. So, I think the learning process has been good for the last. I think the session, the program began yesterday, right? Yes. So it goes on till tomorrow. It's good to see, every batch have a handful of students, a handful of professionals coming to learn about GST. It's good. See, in this profession, learning is not only in this profession, any profession for that matter, learning is a continuous process. My guru taught me only one thing. Sriram, at one stage you should stop studying and start learning, because studying you will forget, learning you will never forget. Depends upon how you learn. So I wish you should have a good understanding of the modules, whatever has been presented today. You should apply it practically and you should get succeeded wherever you go. That's my prayer. Here I am, in the given 2 hours of time, I try to share whatever little knowledge I have in 2 areas. The 2 areas we are going to discuss is, one is composition scheme, the second one is refunds. So whatever little knowledge I have gained during my practical experience, I try to share. As far as possible, it will be an interactive session, lots and lots of questions to get clarity. 1, questions, we can get confused. 2, we can get clarity. So it will be the optimistic way of getting clarity. Okay. So before we proceed, let me have some questions. Sir, does the grocery store near your home charge GST on your invoice? It can be any grocery store. Don't imagine Spencer's, Greens, Naturals and all. Kirana shops. Okay. நம்ம லோக்கல்ல சொல்லணும்னா அண்ணாச்சி கடை, நாயர் கடை, அண்ணாச்சி கடை, முதலியார் கடை, நாடார் கடை. Do they charge GST? Do they charge? Effectively no is what our answer. If at all you ask for an invoice and all, one side paper la பாதி கிழிச்சு, அதாவது டாக்டர் ஹேண்ட் ரைட்டிங் ஒரு ஹேண்ட் ரைட்டிங் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கும் to an extent. Okay, does the departmental store under your office pay GST? Take an example of More supermarket or Spencer's or the Naturals. Imagine those kind of departmental stores. Do they charge GST on the bill? Yes. Okay, you find that, right? Third, do you pay GST on your D2H recharge? Sir, நாங்க பண்றது இல்ல, இப்பலாம் பசங்களே பண்ணிக்கிறது. Okay, it can be Airtel, it can be Dish or it can be Tata Sky, whatever it may be. Do you pay GST on that? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Do you pay GST on your hotel bills? Yes. What rate you pay? Provided you pay the bill, நம்ம போறது எல்லாமே sponsored bill-ஆ இருக்கும். என்ன பண்றது? Okay, how much, what is the rate you pay, my dear friends? 5%, 12%? Invariably, all hotels 5%.
Big standard hotels,
okay, don't imagine Taj Kanimura or Grand Chola. Okay, or decent mid size. Sir?
Below 1,000.
No, I'm not talking about lodging. I'm talking about restaurants. I'm not talking about lodging. Restaurants. 5%. Yes, sir. Only 5%. Yes. Okay, so you don't find a 12% rate. Yes. You don't find it. Yes. Okay, sir. கொஞ்சம் இப்போ என்ன மாதிரி ஆட்கள் சாப்பிட்ற கொஞ்சம் இந்த கையேந்தி பவன், மாமி மெஸ், no tax, they don't charge, right?
No bill, no tax.
Unregistered, okay, அது secondary. Do they charge? Okay. Okay, imagine stores like hardware shops, okay, electrical shops, small time cottage industries, like these agarbattis manufacturers, doop sticks manufacturers and all. Do you think they will pay GST? Hardwares? No. அதாவது ரொம்ப தெளிவா இருக்கீங்க, அவங்க கட்டுறது இல்லைங்கிறதுல நீங்க ரொம்ப தெளிவா இருக்கீங்க. Okay. Okay, hardwares, you don't, definitely they don't pay, is our optimistic opinion. Okay.
No, but if you are in a company, in a corporate, you do find some of the guys who don't pay, but they give you the invoice saying they are in the conversion scheme.
Okay.
They give it as a quotation.
Quotation, okay. Quotation யார் வேணா கொடுக்கலாம், அதெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. See, yeah, what could be the dream of a small time businessman, sir? அதாவது I'm talking, நான் வந்து ரொம்ப இமேஜின்லாம் பண்ணல சார். You know for that matter that 20 lakhs is the registration criteria. So I'm obviously thinking of a businessman who does a business of more than 20 lakhs, okay? But he is not a big shot of doing a tax audit case, 44AB, Form 3A, 3CD, அதெல்லாம் பத்தி நம்ம பேசவே இல்லை. A small time businessman who do a business about 30-35 lakhs. I'll tell you an example, sir. என்கிட்ட ஒரு client வந்து, see, I basically, to give you a knowledge, I do not belong, I was in Chennai, but as of now I'm not in Chennai. I hail from Kumbakonam, and Kumbakonam decent-ஆ சொல்லிக்கலாம். அதுக்கப்புறம் அங்கேருந்து ஒரு 30 kilometersல இருக்கிற ஒரு village. The ground nuts தெரியுமா சார்? கடலை முட்டாய். ஓகே, கொஞ்சம் டீசெண்டாக சொல்லணும்னா சிக்கி இப்படி சொல்லிக்கலாம். ஓகே, கடலை முட்டாய், கடலை பருப்பினா என்ன இப்போ லோக்கலாக பேசுறீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ லெட்ஸ் கால் இட் சிக்கி. There is a guy who does this line sales. You know what you mean by line sales, right? So what he does is, he'll have a big basket in his, TVS XL Super. Every day morning, he will fill that basket with groundnuts and, small eatables. He'll go on a line. இன்னைக்கு திருவாரூர் side, இன்னைக்கு திருத்துறைப்பூண்டி side, இன்னைக்கு மன்னார்குடி side, இன்னைக்கு கும்பகோணம் side. So wherever shops he find, he just park his vehicle, give the stock, get the, cash. Sometimes on credit, sometimes on cash. He came to me and asked me, sir, நான் IT return file பண்ணோம் சார். என்னையா கடலை முட்டாய் விற்கிற உனக்கு என்னையா IT return அப்படின்னா, எவ்வளோயா பண்ணுவோம் ஒரு மாதத்துக்கு? என்ன சார், இப்போ கம்மியாக தான் சார் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னா. என்னையா இதுக்கு முன்னாடி எவ்வளோ பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தா இப்போ எவ்வளோ பண்ணுறேன்? ரொம்ப கம்மி தான் சார், இப்போ முன்னாடி மாதிரிலாம் ஓட முடியல. Tell me what is your business? On an average I do about 3 lakhs a month sir அப்படின்னா. சார் உட்காருங்க சார், நிற்க வச்சு பேசிட்டேன். சார் எனக்கே அவ்வளோ ரெவன்யூ கிடையாது, நான் கிராஸ் ரெசிப்ட்ஸே அவ்வளோ கிடையாது, நான் இப்போ தான் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கேன். ஸோ ஆக்சுவலாக நீங்கள் உட்காரணும், நான் நின்றுக்கணும் சார் அப்படின்னு. சார் இல்லை சார், எனக்கு ஏதோ GSTலாம் சொல்லி பயமுறுத்துறாங்க. ஸோ இமேஜின் அ ட்ரீம் ஆஃப் தட் பர்சன். ஓகே, ஐம் எக்ஸாக்ட்லி டாக்கிங் அபவுட் தட் பர்சன். Not a person sitting in a AC room, கால் மேலே கால் போட்டுன்னு கண்ணாடி டம்ளரில் தண்ணி குடிச்சுன்னு அவன்லாம் வேணாம். He is absolutely unaware of tax laws. Not only GST, anything for that matter. Income tax. நீ என்ன சொல்றீங்களோ கட்டுவாங்க சார். One thing what I've gained by going to a rural practice is pride, respect. இங்கே வந்து ஆடிட்டர் சொன்னால் கேட்குறாங்க, அங்கே நம்மள மாதிரி மெட்ரோபாலிட்டனில் ஆடிட்டர் சொல்ல வச்சு கேட்குறாங்க. ரெண்டு பேருத்துக்கும் அவ்வளோதான் டிஃபரன்ஸ். ஓகே, சார் சார் நீங்கள் என்ன சொல்கிறீங்களோ ஓகே, இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் கட்டணும்னா கட்டிடுறேன், ஜிஎஸ்டி இது வரைக்கும் கட்டினதில்லை, சேல்ஸ் டேக்ஸ் சொன்னாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னும் யாரும் ஃபாலோ அப் பண்ணல, சர்வீஸ் டேக்ஸ் எனக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. ஸோ கம்ப்ளீட்லி அன்அவேர் ஆஃப் எனி லா ஃபார் தட் மேட்டர். நம்பர் 2, டோட்டலி அன்ஆர்கனைஸ்ட். அவர்கிட்ட போய் சார் நீங்கள் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணதுக்கு பில் இருக்கா சார்? சார் எதுலையோ வச்சேன், சட்டையை துவைக்கும் போது துவைச்சிட்டேன் சார். விச் மீன்ஸ் he has a small bit of paper, அவ்வளோதான் அவருக்கு. ஓகே, அங்கெல்லாம் வேர்ட் ஆஃப் மவுத். So completely, sir, do you maintain stock records? Do you have an invoice register? Do you have a purchase register? Do you have a material requisition note? இப்படிலாம் நான் கேட்டேன்னா imagine his நிலைமை. Then margins. He does a gross business of 3 lakhs. But if you're asking what is his net profit, it's a very small margin of, he is earning about 10 to 12%. Very small margin. Who should not get any notice from statutory authorities. I will panic. அதாவது ஆடிட்டர் தொலைச்சிடுவாங்க. ஏன்னா அங்கே உங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எல்லாமே ஆடிட்டர் தான். நாட் ஓன்லி தட், இங்கேயும் வந்தால் ஒரு இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் நோட்டீஸ் வந்ததுன்னா ஆடிட்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்க்கு பறக்கிற கால்ஸ் இருக்கு. எப்பா நம்மளால சமாளிக்கவே முடியாது. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, ஒரு நான் கேஷ் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் இங்க நீங்க PAN சப்மிட் பண்ணுங்கன்னு ஒரு நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்கும். உடனே கிளைண்ட் ஆபீஸ்க்கு வந்து ஒரே சத்தம் போட்டு ரகலை பண்ணி எல்லாம் நடக்கும். Imagine a small time businessman. Now to help him only, composition scheme. Not only in GST laws, even in income tax, you call this composition as presumptive taxation. Even in sales tax we had presumptive taxation, even in service tax we had presumptive taxation to an extent. The same has been implemented in GST also, which is technically called as composition scheme. Who is eligible for a composition scheme? Is any person. I'll tell you why composition scheme, what is composition scheme and all, but imagine, who is eligible first of all for a composition scheme? Apply your same income tax logic. You have a turnover limit of 1 crore, 2 crore, 44 AD, all those things and all. The same limit has been prescribed here. Those turnover technically exceed 20 lakhs but does not exceed 1 crore. How do I say it is exceeding 20 lakhs? Is basically they use the word registered taxpayer. So registration is mandatory when your turnover crosses 20 lakhs, but it should not exceed 1 crore. 100 lakhs is the limit. And the taxpayer should either be a manufacturer or trader. For service providers, the composition scheme is not at all applicable. The only service which is eligible for a composition scheme is restaurant service. There was a big debate whether restaurant, before the GST regime, restaurants were charging only VAT. If you go to air conditioned restaurant, they were charging VAT as well as service tax. But after GST has come, Schedule 2, you would have read, Schedule 2 of Section 7 or the GST Act will say that restaurant service is a composite service. It's a composite service. They have named it as composite service. So that alone is eligible for composition scheme. So the criteria is fairly simple, that your turnover should not exceed 1 crore. Now the greatest challenge is, sir, I have 2 branches. I have 2 branches. Is the procedures regarding registration and all over for you? Aicha? Illa. Nalla vela. Okay. Now under GST, friends, you will be coming to the light of procedures maybe by tomorrow, I believe. Every state one registration. This is the logic. If I have branches in 29 states, all the 29 states I should take a registration. Inside the state I may have any number of branches. For example, Vasant & Co. I can have branches anywhere inside the Tamil Nadu, only one registration. But if I have a branch in Pondicherry, then I have to take a registration. Separate registration. Your logins will be separate in the portal. Returns have to be filed separately. Okay? All the branches may belong to a same company, same proprietor, same partnership firm. But for GST purpose, the registration have to be separate. Now my question is, I have a branch in Tamil Nadu, I have a branch in Pondicherry. I do a business of 60 lakhs in Tamil Nadu and I do a business of 60 lakhs in Pondicherry. Can I go for composition scheme? No. 2 separate registrations. Rendume as per law, they are all separate registrations. Okay? Can I go for composition scheme? Because aggregate turnover, I have said it's 1 crore. Now I have a doubt. I have 2 registration, login wise is separate, return wise is separate. CGST, SGST of that state or SGST goes to that state, SGST of Tamil Nadu goes to Tamil Nadu state. So tani-taniya irukku. Can I go for composition scheme?
Yes.
Yes?
No.
No?
Yes.
Yes or no?
No.
We'll keep that question in mind. I'll try to answer that, okay? So, I'll tell you that, okay? It says that aggregate turnover should not exceed 100 lakhs. Now, there is also another category of states called special category states. You might have read. There are 11 states which are classified as special category states. The limits are a little relaxed. For example, if I say the limit for registration is 20 lakhs in Tamil Nadu, for special category states, the limit has been reduced to 10 lakhs. So for those category of states, instead of 100 lakhs, the limit will be 75 lakhs. Okay? This is the first and foremost point I want you to understand. As far as the eligibility criteria, any dealer or any taxpayer whose aggregate turnover does not exceed 100 lakhs, eligible. if you are operating from a special category state, these are all the special category states, okay? Arunachal Pradesh, basically the northeastern states. For these states, the limit has been shrunk to 75 lakhs. Now the second question I have is Sikkim. Let's say I operate from Sikkim where I do make 50 lakhs of turnover. I also have a branch in Tamil Nadu where I make 30 lakhs of turnover. Can I go for composition scheme? First question was different. Now the second question. Sir, model question ka answer solla the second question poringa na. We'll try to know. Now I do operate from Sikkim where I make a turnover of 60 lakhs and I operate from Tamil Nadu where I do make a turnover of 30 lakhs. Can I go for composition scheme? Totally I have not exceeded 1 crore. Can I go?
No. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. No? Why no?
Yes, in one state 75 lakhs limit is there. There also that aggregate turnover should be achieved. 75 lakhs should be put together all the states. So that's great.
So
we are exceeding 75 lakhs in Assam.
Sikkim. Very good. From your answer I am getting a question. Okay, Sikkim I am not eligible. Tamil Nadu I am eligible. Both states not eligible.
Once you are not eligible, then you are not eligible for all.
All the states, huh? Yes. Not even one state.
Yes.
Let us see. This is the second point. These are all the rates available for composition scheme. Now, the rates have undergone a change from January 2018. Erstwhile, for manufacturers, it was 2%. For traders, it was 1%. But now, they have rationalized the rates altogether. I told you, the category of taxpayer can either be a manufacturer or trader, or it can be a service provider, which is a restaurant service provider. For restaurant service provider, your rate will be 5%. That's why you see all 5%, but not that only reason. There is one more reason. I'll tell you that later. For others, the rate is 1%, which is split into 0.5% CGST, 0.5% SGST. Erstwhile, for manufacturers, 1% CGST, 1% SGST was there. Now it has been rationalized. There are some websites where you might see that the limit for composition scheme has been enhanced to 150 lakhs. Absolutely false. Absolutely false. It is in the discussion. It has not yet been notified by the government. The GST Council, it is still in the talks. They are also planning to introduce micro composition scheme. இதுவே பயங்கர ஜிலேபி மாதிரி சித்திக்கின்னு இருக்குது. இதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னும் மைக்ரோ காம்போசிஷனா இடியாப்பம் மாதிரி ஆயிடும். Okay, so this is the rate. So as of now, 1% for traders and manufacturers. The only eligible service provider is restaurant service provider, for which the rate is 5%.
Is it retrospective effect from July or from January?
It's only prospective, not retrospective. Whatever has been paid is paid. Sir, okay, let us ask some controversial questions. Petrol. Does petrol attract GST?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Imagine a petrol bunk. A petrol bunk does 9 crores of petrol sales and 50 lakhs of lubricant sales. You know lubricant, right? 2T oil, 4T oil. அங்கே கலந்து ஊற்றுவான். அதுலேயே அதில் அடல்ட்ரேஷன் வேறு. எது பெட்ரோல் எது ஆயில்னு தெரியாது. 1 லிட்டர் பெட்ரோலுக்கு 1/2 லிட்டர் ஆயில் ஊற்றிடுவான் அவன். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி லாட்ஸ் ஆஃப் adulterations are there. Let's not get into that. Now, he does a business of 9 crores with regard to petrol, which does not come under GST. He does a business of 50 lakhs for lubricants, that's servo or something like that. Can he go for composition scheme for the lubricant sale of 50 lakhs? It does. See, I am not talking about exempted supplies and taxable supplies. I am talking about non-taxable supplies and taxable supplies. My something which GST kulleye varadadu. So it is a business of 9 crore of petrol and 50 lakhs of lubricants. Can I go for composition scheme? Answer lies here. The law uses the word aggregate turnover. The moment I use the word aggregate, all my turnover have to be clubbed. That turnover includes all taxable supplies, exempt supplies and non-taxable supplies, export supplies, interstate supplies, supplies provided under RCM should also be taken into consideration. You might not pay tax on supplies provided under RCM, but still for computing the eligibility, you will have to take that turnover also. So when I say your aggregate turnover should not exceed 100 lakhs, all these things put together, it should not exceed 100 lakhs. Is it in one state or all states? All state or one state? One state, all state. It is all state put together. Let's not go state wise, let's go pan wise. That's what the law says. Let's not go state wise, let's go pan wise. All the turnover relating to a pan. Yeah, I'll try. I'll come to that, sir. All the turnover relating to the same pan has to be clubbed together. Okay? So, I do a business of 60 lakhs in Tamil Nadu and 60 lakhs in Pondicherry. Am I eligible for composition scheme? Answer is no. Coming to the fifth point, supplies provided under RCM have to be included, but supplies received under RCM should not be included. You know what you mean by RCM, right? Reverse charge mechanism, where the recipient has to pay GST. Now, sir, imagine a case. I do 40 lakhs of taxable supplies, which falls under normal scheme, 60 or let's say 100 lakhs, which falls under reverse charge mechanism. When I provide under reverse charge mechanism, I need not pay tax. The recipient has to pay tax. That's what the reverse charge mechanism works. Now, for the 100 lakhs of business which I do, my recipient will pay tax. Apart from that, I also do 40 lakhs. Take for an example, sponsorship. Sponsorships comes under reverse charge mechanism. So I provide sponsorship services worth 1 crore. I also provide ancillary other supplies that worth 40 lakhs. Now for the sponsorship I will not pay, but for the 40 lakhs, can I go for composition scheme? Answer is no. My aggregate turnover concept will exceed 1 crore. Now you understand, sir? Okay, now the greatest challenge is, sir, why recipient, which means as I receive supplies worth 10 lakhs, which comes under RCM. Can I go for composition scheme for that? Answer is no. Because that is not the turnover of the assessee, that is the expenditure of the assessee. So when I receive supplies, it will not be treated as my turnover, it will be treated only as my expenditure. Only when I provide a supply, it will be categorized as my turnover. So when I receive supply, it cannot be taken as composition scheme. It will not be eligible for composition scheme. I hope you understand this slide. Any doubts in this slide? Yes, sir.
The definition for aggregate turnover does not include non-taxable supplies.
It includes. It includes. For the purpose of this, the notification. There is a notification exclusively for compositions.
If not for composition scheme, it does not include.
Yeah. Because otherwise I'll go for composition scheme to that. Right? On the other side.
Services both?
Sir?
Goods and services both put together?
Services will not be eligible basically, but for determining the eligibility you will have to club. On the right hand side you will have exclusions, which means all your turnover are not come tax turnover, they are all ex-tax turnover, which is excluding of your taxes. You will have to determine the liability.
But composition services up to the limit of 5 lakhs and all, they can go for composition.
No, nothing of said that. They are all in the discussion only, not yet come. Other than the 1.5 crores and all, no wireless. Who are all ineligible for composition scheme? First, supplier of services other than restaurant services. Okay, I told you the only eligible supplier of service for composition scheme is restaurant. Second, manufacturers of ice creams, pan masalas and tobaccos. Wonderful. You know why these people are not eligible for composition scheme? Why? Manufacturers, ice cream, tobacco, pan masala. Why? Why these three products alone?
These are all not good for health.
Sir, ice cream is resulting. Adula saapidala sir. Doctor say tonsils operation panna ice cream saapidunu solranga sir. Oh no.
They want to come again and again.
No, because there is some specific rate is there for some.
Or other products also specific rate is there.
No, like 2000 per per 100 or like that?
In GST, there is only one rate, ad valorem basis. There is no weight-based rate under.
So in cigarettes, I think it is there. In cigarette.
It was there in the erstwhile central excise, specific duty.
No, still it is there.
Which one?
In cigarette.
Which is not yet come into this.
Additional cess.
Additional cess.
Yeah,
They have statistics whereby they have each and every person who is into this field is making so much of money.
My analysis is simple. Their GST rate is 28%. They are coming under the maximum, highest tax rate. They are falling under 28%. If you ask them to pay 1%, they will pay 1%. Logic at that. One person rightly pointed out that, sir, they don't have inputs. Correct? Milk is an input. Pasu quantity. Correct? No, there is no inputs. Majority of their inputs do not have a GST attractability. So, I will not have an input tax credit. So, what will I have is only the output liability. If you ask me, I will pay 1%, which is much better rather than paying 28%. So, these fellows are not eligible. Sir, what sir? All 28 products are applicable, sir. To my very limited knowledge, this is applicable. Casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Any idea about these two persons? Casual taxable person? Any idea, sir?
Registered person goes outside other state and do a small business there and income tax.
Small business. What is small business?
Maybe for a shorter period.
What is shorter period?
Like exhibition. Maybe some festival time. Exhibition.
Temporary registration is called as casual taxable person. I'll give you a simple example. Sir, I am a construction company based at Tamil Nadu. I do all my construction based only and only at Tamil Nadu. Chennai, Madurai, Tirupur, Coimbatore, Erode. So I have a registration only in Tamil Nadu. Now, I get a contract in Pondicherry. Now, as per your place of supply, immovable property, where the property is located, place of supply is Pondicherry. I need to get a registration in Pondicherry. But I don't want to continue this registration. What I'll do is, once the project is over, I'll surrender the license and come back. As he said, exhibitions, trade fairs, temporary. I don't want to continue the registration. Once the activity is complete, I want to come back to my own place, or I will not have any other transaction other than this. So let me not get harassed by GST. One registration ko moon return. Okay, that's going to be a history in a while. Okay.
What is the maximum period for casual tax?
Sir, it depends. You will have to give it in the application itself. If you are not giving 90 days, you will read it in registration tomorrow, sir. Okay. So casual taxable person is the temporary registration. Those people cannot go for composition scheme. The second one is non-resident taxable person. The only difference between casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person is casual taxable person is not a resident of that state. He is a resident of some other state. Non-resident taxable person is not a resident of the country itself. He is a resident of some other country. Again, same kind of, okay? Casual taxable person is for Indians. Non-resident is for non-residents. Simple. Then e-commerce operators, you don't even think about composition scheme. You will be harassed by the provisions of GST so soon. So, persons who are having interstate trade operation, very important point. If you are having an interstate supply, you are ineligible for composition scheme. Which means, if you recall the rate diagram which I gave you, I would have given only SGST rate and CGST rate. I wouldn't have given you IGST rate. You might have thought in your mind that IGST is equal to SGST plus CGST. Correct? But as a composition dealer, you cannot have interstate operations. All your operations can only be intrastate. Should only be intrastate. Okay?
Operation means sales or purchase?
Obviously sales.
Purchases we can do from...
Yeah. Anyhow, you are not going to take input credit. You can purchase from anyone.
Previously, when the Act come into existence, but by the time that was restricted.
I'll come to that. That's a transition provision, but no longer required as of now because it's almost going to be a year. So this is the most important point, sir. As a casual taxable person, you cannot have interstate operation, including SEZ operations. Okay? You cannot. Now I have a question. April to February, I have done a business of 90 lakhs. April to February, I have done a business of 90 lakhs. In March, I get a single contract for 30 lakhs. Single contract for 30 lakhs. Which is an interstate supply. April to February, I have done a billing of 90 lakhs. In March, I am getting a single. Why do I use the word single? You will say split the contract. It's not possible. Panina, deliver panano. Illana, you have to forego the contract. 90 lakhs. I have opted for composition scheme. I have been paying 1%. Now I am getting 30 lakhs. What can I do now? If you are the auditor, what will you suggest? Don't tell me push the invoice. What can we do now? Enna sir?
You charge, get the ITC and pay.
Sir, எனக்கு இன்னொரு 10 lakhs மாத்திரம் இதில் இருக்கு. நான் 10 lakhs தனியாக ஒரு பில் ரைஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். 20 lakhs என்ன பண்ணலாம்? இல்லை அந்த இதுவே கிடையாது. Either you'll have to charge or you'll have to go. What can we do now?
Charge.
Charge GST.
Yeah, he will get his ITC. Huh? The buyer is going to get his ITC. So what is the problem? We collect and we pay.
Once you are registered as a composite dealer, how can you charge more than 1%?
I know that it's going to increase more than.
Anyway, you cannot charge. Yes, since he is a composite dealer, anyhow,
you are not supposed to charge. என்ன சொன்னீங்க?
For that particular period, we can change rights.
ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு. திருப்பி ஏப்ரல்ல இருந்து normal composition scheme. Okay, I'll answer that. Next, SICAI supplies and persons who pay tax under RCM, which means for a recipient of a supply, composition scheme is not applicable. You will have to pay tax under normal rates only. Why composition scheme? Ivlo complications irukumbodhu, why should I go for composition scheme? Sir, I always tell this composition scheme as a bypass road. Why do you choose a bypass road? Simple, sir. Fast moving, less traffic. Fast moving, less traffic, and I can go to my destinations easily. Same that is the composition scheme. 1. Ease of doing business. Number 2. Quarterly filing of returns. Sir, 3B, 1, 2, 3 போட்டு பயமுறுத்தி இத்தனை நாள் நம்மளை தொழிலே பண்ண விடாம கரெக்டாக 3B நம்ம என்னைக்கு ஃபைல் பண்ணுவோம்? 20th அன்னைக்கு தான். அன்னைக்கு சர்வர் வேலை செய்யாது. Naturally, okay, and we blame the GST department that they are not providing proper infrastructure. It's okay, no problem. For composition dealers, they have cleverly put the date as 18th. So அதனால உங்களுக்கு 2 நாள் buffer இருக்கு. Okay, தட்கால்ல கூட டிக்கெட் புக் பண்ணிடலாம் போல இருக்கு. 20th அன்னைக்கு 3B ஃபைல் பண்ண முடியல. This is one of the popular comments which I usually receive. Yes, quarterly filing of returns. So basically, a dealer will have only 5 returns. A composite dealer will have only 5 returns a year. 4 quarterly returns coupled with 1 annual return. Relief from records. You need not maintain books of accounts at all. The only thing which you need to justify is your turnover, which you should prove that it does not exceed 1 crore. Okay, so that maybe by your profit and loss account, by your bank statement, you will be able to prove that. Otherwise, you need not maintain any records. Relief from maintaining records. Very lesser rates when compared to other rates. As I told you, you know the brackets of GST, where the base rate itself is 5%, 12%, 18% and 28%. Except restaurant, the maximum rate of composition scheme itself is only 1%. So this is a big relief for small time taxable persons who do not have a much quantum of input tax credit. And a very good opportunity for small traders. This is what the government says, but I don't say this.
No, but because of that they can quote lesser price with the buyers, huh?
If you are buying from a registered dealer, then obviously that credit you'll have, that input tax you'll have to add it to your margin. So that way, because if I am a dealer, I am buying quality products, branded products, means they will not charge me without the GST. So அந்த வகையில தான் நான் சொன்ன இந்த electrical shops, hardware stores இதெல்லாம் அங்க தான் they are getting hit. What are all the consequences of going for composition scheme? The first and foremost thing is forget about input tax credit. Don't even dream of input tax credit when you are choosing for composition scheme. You absolutely lapse your input tax credit the moment you choose for composition scheme. Because obviously I have given the beneficial rate of smaller rates, 1%. I cannot give you a double benefit of 5, the input tax credit and all. You lose the benefit of input tax credit. Now the question which arises is, In the previous regime, I was a normal dealer where Tran 1, I have a transitional credit. Now can I use that for paying taxes now? I am a composite dealer in GST era. Pre-GST era, I am a normal dealer. Now transitional credit, I have some credit in my books of accounts and as well as Tran. Unfortunately, I rendume match aichu. So can I use that credit for paying tax under the composition scheme? No. Answer is no. The moment you choose or you opt yourself to be a composite dealer, your input tax credit balance should be 0. That's what the law says. Even if you have surplus balance in your input tax credit account, that should be reversed. That's the law requirement. You cannot have any amount of input tax credit in your books of accounts. Second, a composite dealer cannot collect tax from his invoice, from his customers. Technically speaking, you cannot take the burden of tax and you cannot pass on the burden of tax to your customers. So, don't even think about input tax credit. Number 2, you cannot charge 1%. That 1% you cannot charge on your invoice and recover it from your customer. So, technically how you should price is, you should price it inclusive of GST. Then make a bill of supply to your customer, collect it, multiply and then pay it. Here what the composition scheme confuses the customer. One of my client, he came to me and said, sir, I have opted for composition scheme, but still I am making losses. My margin, I still have a margin, but somehow I am not able to get cash flows. Can you analyze and tell me a dinner? I asked him, from whom you purchase? I buy CRA pumps from an authorized, okay, you have opted for composition scheme? Yes, sir. What is the rate at which the CRA pump dealer bills you? 18% GST. Now let's say he buys 1 lakh worth of machine, for which he pays 18,000 GST. So for him the cost will not be exactly 1 lakh, the cost will be 1 lakh 18,000 because that 18,000 credit he cannot take. The second thing is, sir, I'm that 1 lakh 18,000, now I 1 lakh 20,000 vikran, sir. And the 2,000 margin I am not able to see. He says not possible. I said not possible. And the 1 lakh 18,000, 1% GST. Are you able to understand? That's you bear pannanum. As a dealer, you will have to bear it. Otherwise, it will be your cost. So, when you price your product, ensure you add 2 things to your price. 1, your input taxes. 2, your output liability should also be added to your price. Less than a margin, this 1% will be sponsored by your margin. So when you price it, especially for thin clients, thin margin clients, you will have to keep that in mind. When you price it, you should also include the input tax as well as the output tax. But you shouldn't charge it in the invoice. You are not supposed to charge anything as tax in your invoice. Yes, sir.
So hotels and all, they will charge 2.5.
Hotels, there are 2 options. 12% with ITC, 5% without ITC. So they are not coming under composition scheme. Sir, imagine Vasanta Bhavan, Saravana Bhavan, you think the turnover will be less than 1 crore? And why do they still charge 5%? They have been given a condition, there is a separate provision. For you it is 12% with input tax credit. If you are not, it's like an abatement scheme. If you remember in service tax, if you are taking, if you are not taking input tax credit as a condition, that your GST rate will be 5%. That's why they charge 2.5, 2.5. It's not under composition scheme. It's under some other scheme.
So if composition dealer, if he charges,
he is not supposed to charge.
If he shows separately in the invoice, is it?
It's violation. It's violation. Daily money you put to sir.
But commercially, then they become not less competitive. No? All composition scheme guys, they become less competitive. Then why the scheme at all?
No. It's only for those whose turnover is less than 1 crore. It's not meant for big business. It's only for small business. Yeah. Sir, another question. I told you, within the state, you can have 1 registration. Okay? If you are operating in more than 1 state, you need to have 2 registration. Take an example that I am a footwear manufacturer. I also manufacture bags, shoes. I manufacture shoes and I also manufacture bags. My operation is only within Tamil Nadu. Factories are separate, divisions are separate, units are separate. laborers are separate, premises are separate. They are all two different units pertaining to the same owner. Within the state itself, can I go for 2 registrations?
Yes.
Because I believe, I understand that leather, example, leather is a natural product which does not have input tax credit. Okay, whereas other, the bag kind of material like plastic, fiber, or the resin, they suffer input tax credit. So what I feel is, I have 2 products. One is leather, the other one is bag. Leather does not attract input tax credit, so I want to go for composition scheme. Whereas bags, they do attract input tax credit. I want to go for normal scheme. Now I have 2 questions to you here. One, within the state itself, can I go for 2 separate registrations? One for leather, one for bag. Possible, not possible? Why not possible, sir? Okay. Yes, it is permissible under GST. There is a concept called vertical wise registration under which you can go. Now the point says is, all his products have to come under composition scheme. If I choose composition scheme for leather, then by default I will have to choose composition scheme for bags also, even though they are all 2 separate registration, but they do belong to a same pan. So adhanala I asked you one question is, sir, one branch is going for composition scheme. Is it mandatory that the other branch should also go for composition scheme? Law says yes. Once one state you opt for composition scheme, then all states will have to go for composition scheme. That is the consequence. So all his product have to come under composition scheme. All his branches also should come under composition scheme. I asked you one question. 60 lakhs of business in Sikkim and 30 lakhs of business in Tamil Nadu. Am I eligible? Am I eligible? Law says no. When any turnover is involving a special category state, then the limit will be reduced to 75 lakhs. Now I opt for composition scheme for Sikkim. Should I also opt for composition scheme for Tamil Nadu? Law says yes, you will have to. I hope this is clear. Any doubts, friends? Yeah.
But the total limit is
all products. It should not exceed 1 crore. Subject to that.
For Tamil Nadu 71 crore. For Sikkim
all states put together 1 crore. If it is involving a special category state, then it will only be 75 lakhs. So you do 50 lakhs of business in Sikkim, 30 lakhs of business in Tamil Nadu, you are ineligible.
So Sikkim is the limit is 75
Yes, correct. Yeah. Procedural precautions. Since the composition dealer cannot issue a tax invoice, he shall issue a bill of supply. I told you, a composition scheme dealer cannot collect tax from the customer. So invoice no raise panninga kandipa tax has to be mentioned, but I cannot mention the word tax here because I am not supposed to collect it from my customer. So instead of a tax invoice, I will issue a bill of supply. Bill of supply. Second, he shall also mention the word composition taxpayer in his business premise, and in the bill of supply, taxes paid under composition scheme shall be printed. Sir, idella procedural precautions. Please ensure that your clients follow this. We have received lots of latest information from the industry practice people that GST people are going on for a raid to customers' places.
Sir, this tax invoice and bill of supply, what is the major of this?
Sir, if a document contains tax, it will be called as invoice. If it does not contain tax, it will be treated as bill of supply. For example, there are 2-3 cases where I will issue a bill of supply. One, when I am supplying exempted product. You need not charge GST because the product is exempt from GST. But in the check post, if they check your goods, some documentary evidence has to be there, no? Earlier, you used to supply it under delivery challan. Now, instead of a delivery challan, they have named it as bill of supply. Whichever document which does not have a tax will be treated as bill of supply. It has to be printed as bill of supply.
Or yield rated also?
Yes, bill of supply. Okay, right? He shall also mention the word composition scheme. So advise all your clients to print this word composition taxpayer and it should also be mentioned in the invoice that the taxes are paid under composition scheme. Because நான் இப்போ கேள்விப்பட்ட வரைக்கும் சொல்கிறேன் the GST officials because collection இல்லை அவங்களுக்கு ஸோ அதனால because முன்னாடிலாம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம் மாதம் மாதம் we used to go to the sales tax department file return சார் அப்படின்னா சார் அப்படிம்பாங்க அவங்க. So we used to technically coordinate with them under the table, over the table, around the table and all. But now after this electronic interface has come, physical interaction have come down. So how will they compensate all these things because they have personal commitments. So இந்த மாதிரிலாம் பண்றாங்க. They are finding out a reason அவ்வளவுதானே தவிர which we are very much non-compliant. Knowingly we are not compliant. So please ensure your clients to do all these things in their bill, in their board and all. They'll have to mention it. These are all some of the registration procedures with regard to the composition scheme. While applying itself, you can choose yourself to be a composition dealer. Okay, in your GST or REG1, you can choose yourself to be a composition dealer. There is no separate form for composition dealer and all. On the registration form there, you can mention. A person becoming composite dealer cannot have any stock as at 30th June 2017 which include interstate purchased goods or import purchased goods. These are all basically transitional provisions. They are not of relevance. Only place where it will be relevant is your GST audit for the financial year 17-18. Pannumbodhu, those who have opted for composition scheme under the GST regime, they cannot have interstate purchased goods. They cannot have interstate purchased goods. They should have only local goods. ஏன்னா credit transfer problem ஆகும். IGST credit இருக்கும் இல்ல அவங்க tax charge பண்ணிருந்தாங்கன்னா அந்த tax எந்த கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு போகும் இப்படின்ற கன்ஃபியூஷன்ஸ்லாம் இருக்கும். To kill all those confusions, government has very clearly said as of 30th June 2017 you are not supposed to have any interstate purchased goods, but this is only a opening provision, no longer valid as of now, but you should keep that point while doing your GST audit. Stocks
Audit is for 2 crores, isn't it?
No, பண்றோம்.
Composition it will be lesser only.
No, there are people who go for voluntary audit also now. அதுக்கு சொல்றேன். Not mandatory, though still some people are going for mandatory.
The stock இருந்தா dispose
பண்ணிட்டா then you will have to go for composition scheme. Second, you need not file a fresh intimation every year. This is a welcome move by the government. Because under the erstwhile sales tax regime, every year you will have to submit a declaration to the government that you are going for composition scheme. But here in the new GST era, you need not file, composition scheme requisition every year, subject to your turnover limit. Okay, unless your turnover does not is well within that 1 crore, you will continue to be called as a composition dealer. You need not file fresh intimations and all. These are all practical procedures. CMP 1, 2, 3 and all. These two forms are relevant as of now. 1. GSTR4, quarterly filing of returns, 18th of the month following quarter, and an annual return. I told you 5 returns you will have to file every month. One is the GSTR4 4 times, and this 9A annual return. Mandatory for all. These are all some.
Suppose, one minute.
Sir.
Suppose composite dealer, while he is filing the quarterly return, he has filed understated sales. He comes to now at the end of the year, the sales is little bit more. Can he revive the return by?
As of now in GST, annual return is the only place.
Yeah, can he rectify that?
He means auditor. I mean, he has to while filing the.
That is the annual return.
Annual return, yes, it is permissible.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. That's the only place. Like how you have form WW, no? Yes. Sales tax return revise panna mudiyalana, WW you can mention it. So same way here also. That time is there. This is the penalty for composition dealers. This is what I wanted to discuss. For not mentioning composite dealer in the name board, up to 25,000 is the penalty. Up to nale நம்ம எப்பவுமே maximum தான் எடுத்துப்போம். Up to na 25000 வரைக்கும் போடலாம். அனாவசியமா let us not pay way for all these things. For not issuing proper bill of supply, again 25,000 is the penalty. Delay in filing GSTR, if you have a tax liability, the penalty is ₹50. 25 for CGST, 25 for SGST, and if you have a nil tax liability also, you should pay a penalty. this is the greatest move in the GST regime. Even if you have a nil tax liability,